brothers and sisters, children of all ages. Once you've gotten your cocktails together, I trust you are ready to go. Because the show starts
a little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, I am the Old Humble Guy. This is the Old Humble Distilling Company's Wednesday Happy Hour, the Whiskey Happy Hour. Why Whiskey Happy Hour? Because we do whiskey. We're a whiskey distillery. That's what we do. It sounds cool, so I'm taking that out here. We are talking tonight about, oh my God, everything. It's been a minute since I've had a live happy hour. It's been a minute since we've done a happy hour. I don't think I've done a happy hour in at least 2 weeks. In fact, 2 weeks ago, we got so many announcements to make. Oh my God, so many announcements. But 2 weeks ago, we were scrambling our way up to 1,000 subscribers, and you can see. Well, let's do our opening shot. The whiskey that I want. There it is. Special reserve for opening shot today. And as you saw in the trailer, our show tonight is brought to us by the Old Humble Distilling Company's Straight Whiskey. There's a reason it's our straight whiskey. I'll talk about that in a moment. But cheers to everybody for a great couple of weeks. Holy crap. So many things to talk about. Cheers to you guys. Bottoms up. Unless you, I don't know, show is not made for children. Just want to keep that in mind. And also, if you are easily offended, you found the right place to be offended. Because I'm going to do my best to make that happen. Amy Bohm, cheers to you. Welcome to the party. Good to see you here. So I know there's a whole lot of new people around. And many of you new people may be coming in tonight, and that's great, fantastic, awesome. We'd love to have you. Like I was saying, last week we were about 940 or so, 950, maybe 98. I don't remember the exact number. I think maybe 940 last time we were on the show. We blew past. Hang on. I've got a graphic for this. I've got something for this. Hold on. Here we go. Go. Is it playing? Announcing, here we go. News alert. Ladies and gentlemen, news alert. Our sub 1,000 has been achieved. We have achieved the 1,000 subscriber mark, which means, ladies and gentlemen, instead of onward to 1,000 subscribers, I now can say, bring on the kangaroo, bitches. That's right. It is time. It is time. It is time. We're going to bring on the kangaroo. And I'm working on the logistics of bringing that all together. The first thing that we're going to be doing to have this kangaroo fight happen, y'all did the heavy lifting. Y'all brought me 1,000 subscribers before the end of November. I'm going to come through with my end of the bargain. I'm going to establish the Cross-Species Intercontinental Boxing Federation. And in the Cross-Species Intercontinental Boxing Federation, I will have a championship fight between me and a kangaroo, and the winner of this fight will be named the cross species Intercontinental Champion and get a belt like this and everything. I'm going to contact the marina down the street that has the aviary and the petting zoo and the kangaroo exhibit and all the stuff, and I'm going to set it up. We're going to do it over at the if I can't do it at the I probably won't be able to do it at the distillery because I expect there to be a crowd to watch this thing. We'll do it at the Humble Civic Center. They've had boxing matches there before. In fact, I just got an advertisement today from the Humble Civic Center for a boxing match that they're going to have. Some kind of entertainment, something. LT Gray Entertainment is hosting a boxing match. But let's do our first cocktail. Let's do our we'll get to the cocktail of the night in a minute. We'll come back to that. We'll do our cocktail of the night. I've got my glass already. We're going to do our cocktail of the night. But that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing. I'm working on that towards the end of the year. Our New Year's celebration is going to be dependent on this number by as big as we can get. I'd like to get this number past 1,200 by the middle of December so that I can go out and buy the fireworks and have 1,200 rockets being launched off in the same way we had 650 rockets launched off for 4th of July. And also, this number is a little bit on lag because the YouTube site shows 1,094. This is showing 1,090. This I don't think is updated in a couple of days. I don't know why this website is not updating, but the YouTube website is updating. But I can't get the YouTube website to mirror onto this page. So, yeah, it's some technical shit. I don't know what it is. It's beyond my control. I don't know what that is. So there you go. But I do have one more award and accolade that I would like to share with everybody here. Since y'all are here, this is like super awesome. Oh, and here's my lovely wife coming in. Well, let's go ahead and do the cocktail. We'll get to the accolade in a moment. Come back later? No, you can do it now. My lovely wife, the librarian, the sexy librarian, she's gonna punish me for keeping the books out beyond their expiration date.
Everyone at school seems to think I'm Professor Treeline. I don't understand it. I don't get it. But even your own son agreed.
All right. So tonight's cocktail is called the Banana Rascal. It is named after a adventure that we had down in Havana at the turn of the century, where there was a banana rat skull that went missing during World War II. It was or World War I. It's a whole thing. I'll tell the whole story another day. But today, we're going to do the cocktail. So the cocktail is our straight whiskey, 1 part straight whiskey for her, and 2 parts for me, because I want mine to be a little bit stronger on the whiskey. So we're going to go with 2 parts of the whiskey. And then 1 part banana liqueur. I'm going to give her cream de banana liqueur. Banana. She gets 1 part a half part banana liqueur. Gotta make sure I do this correctly. A half part banana liqueur. So I guess it's 2 parts that and a half part for me. So it's 1 part banana liqueur, 2 parts straight whiskey. There's that. That goes in there. And then you top it off with, and this is the kicker right here. Where'd it go? Here it is. A&W cream soda. Right there. A&W cream soda. Cream soda. And you can see mine is a little bit.
I was ready to say
mine's a little bit stout because I put a double shot in mine. Hers is a little bit less because I put a single shot in mine, and I have a bigger piece of ice. But my lovely wife, you can put a little bit more ice in that.
And sassy.
But you're not quite ready. I got one more thing I need to put in there. So there you go. Tops off with the cream soda.
Can you give me a cherry?
No, I don't do garnish. But the thing to finish it all off.
It's cold in here.
Walnut bitters. Can't see it because the black walnut bitters, the label is kind of bent over the thing.
Bring on the kangaroo.
Couple of dashes of bitters. She is opposed to the idea of fighting a kangaroo.
No kangaroo.
I don't know why.
Because it's illegal and
it's
they'll
not
kill you with 1 kid.
There is no law saying I can't fight a kangaroo.
illegal.
It is not illegal. It is that I've confirmed. Besides, Lisa can make it legal. That's what she does.
Very banana-nani.
It is supposed to be banana-y.
Banana-na.
It's supposed to be a nice, sweet type of liqueur.
So which child are we getting the kangaroo outfit
Can you go
for
for it?
so that they can go dress up like a kangaroo?
I'm talking to the marina down the street to have their largest kangaroo, the most yoked kangaroo, come
You are
to the
not
distillery.
talking to the aquarium.
I am absolutely talking to the aquarium, and we're going to do it at the Civic Center, the Humble Civic Center.
You're so full of it.
We're going to do it at the Humble.
That's
Can
illegal.
you fill that with water and bring it back?
What about these other two things? Leave them in there?
Leave them in this. Bring them with me. Bring them back with. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. Oh, thank you, my love.
Yeah.
Oh, that is such a good cocktail. It's banana, whiskey, cream soda, and walnut bitters. Mwah, chef's kiss. It is absolutely fantastic. Now, this is an alternative. The 99 bananas, this is a much stronger liqueur. I don't like it because it makes a much more alcoholic, a higher proof alcoholic drink. Not a big fan with that. But with the cream de banana, it is perfect. Just a perfect.
Is it cream de banana or creme de banana?
Well, that's a good question because it has a little accent over the first
So
E.
it's creme.
So I think that would be creme de banana.
Creme de banana.
Creme de banana.
Creme de banana.
Creme de banana. You got to do with the R. You got to swallow the R.
Creme.
Creme de banana. Liqueur. Creme de banana. Liqueur.
All right, I'm gonna grab it.
You're gonna grab it. She's gonna grab it.
I'm gonna grab this.
Oh.
And I'm gonna go sit down and actually like
Go rest,
chill
relax,
on my
and
sofa for the first time.
go rest, relax,
today.
and have a sleep. I
Right.
love you. Mwah.
I don't want to do that on public.
And guys, when I'm done with the show,
No.
she's gonna
No.
she's gonna fight the kangaroo.
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the old humble gal, Mrs. Old Humble Guy herself. Love her with all my heart. She's so sweet. And she's going to feed me liquid meals after the fight with the kangaroo. So she was so kind to bring me back my utensils. That is so sweet of her. But there you go. That is tonight's cocktail, the Banana Rascal, named after our adventure in Havana, right before the sinking of the Maine at the turn of the century. Me and Klaus, Fritz, Jacques, Klaus, Fritz, Jacques, John. He's a big Brit. We all lost touch during World War One, with no doubt, because obviously separation between enemy lines and all that stuff. We couldn't keep in contact. But that banana rat, there was a stuffed banana rat. There was a bar that we went to. Our job was to deliver a pallet. We delivered the pallet, and while we were in this bar, there was in the bar on the mantle of the bar there was a stuffed banana rat. And that banana rat, like Fritz dared me to steal the banana rat. And we set up this whole little scheme between the five of us. And sure enough, the next day that banana rat was gone. The body of the banana rat kind of disappeared, but that skull made its way between us for the next, 20 years or so almost, until the outbreak of World War One. We kind of lost track of Klaus and Fritz both, the Austrian and the German. We kind of lost track of both of them. But Jacques and John, me and those two stayed in touch for a few more years until World War II, and then they kind of drifted off, kind of lost track of them. Last I remember, the skull of the banana rat was in Francois' hands in the outbreak of World War II. But that night in that bar in Havana, the bartender, Mr. Gomez was his name. The bartender was serving us these drinks with the cream soda, the walnut bitters, and the banana liqueur, and just a straight whiskey from the United States. And it was a delightful drink. We love it. We were drinking these all damn night long, and that is how the Banana Rat Skull became the Banana Rascal cocktail, in homage to my old friends, Fritz, Jacques, I'm sorry, Fritz, Francois, Klaus, and John. Good men. In their honor, we drink the Banana Rascal. So this box came this week, and I'm super duper excited about this box. I want to show this off because this was a cool deal. At the end of September, we went to the Taste of the Town, the Humble Kingwood Atascocita the Taste of the Town. And at that, there was judging for the various vendors. The various vendors were mostly restaurants, but there was also 2 breweries and a distillery. We were the distillery. There was Ingenious Brewing Spindle Tap Brewing and Backpew Brewing. And the judges went around and judged all the meals and stuff. There was the best dessert, the best barbecue, the best intoxicating beverage, and we were named best intoxicating beverage of our whiskeys were named best intoxicating beverage at the Taste of the Town, Lake Houston, Best Beverage 2022. You can see that right there. Best Beverage 2022. We got a beer stein out of it. Biggest damn shot glass you'll ever get right here. So I was very, very, very excited about that. First time attending this particular event. First time they held that event. Was able to network with a bunch of other restaurants in town. We're going to be getting our whiskey in a bunch of restaurants all around town. Thanks to this little event. And I will be posting up this on our Instagram, our Facebook, our Twitter, and doing some kind of video probably for the YouTubes. This is it's a nice mug. It's a really nice mug. And I will be putting it right up here on my trophy case next to my other drinks, right here in the middle. Bum, bum. Right there. And you'll also note back here, my lamps are gone. I need to make 2 new lamps because we sold those. Those are for sale. I realized today that our company store is not posted up on our website. I will get that addressed tomorrow. Our company store will be back up on our website. So if you want any merch, hats, t-shirt, where's the hat? Hats, t-shirts, lamps. We'll have everything available up on our website. We'll be able to ship things for a reasonable cost, probably, and get all kinds of cool stuff done. Don't worry, I am going to catch up to chat before we get into our discussion of the Red Wave. How far into the show are we? Oh, shit, we're already 20 minutes into the show. Well, let's catch up on chat real quick, and then we'll talk about the Red Wave of 2022. And yeah, it's a little bit clickbaity because there was no Red Wave of 2022, but we did get a development today. CNN is calling the House for the 218th seat in the House for the Republicans. So the Republicans are going to take control of the House. They didn't take control of the Senate, which means it's the end of the January 6th Commission, which means next week we can talk about what we know from the January 6th Commission, what the former president was trying to do, what we know that he was trying to do, what we think he was trying to do, and what could have happened and what didn't happen, and how close we came to a very catastrophic moment in this country. But we can talk about all that next week. This week, I want to talk about what just happened last week because I worked the election and it's really important to me, and it's a really important event. And we'll come back to it. I want to catch up on chat real quick. So let's change screens here from the main screen to our chat screen. Bam! Because I want to catch up to that because I don't want to be an hour and a half behind in chat. I want to get really close. I want to catch up and then get behind and then catch up again. So we got Easy Street with Jen in the house, Soldier Girl in the house, Amy Beam. I am Amy in the house. Forgive me for mispronouncing that. I know how aggravating it can be to have your name mispronounced. Do we only have 2 people in chat right now? Surely we have more than that. Vanessa Kitty, I'll just go ahead and show that. I don't care. If I got to remove it later, I will. So we've got Mike and Amy and Sunflowers, and the whole gang is here. This is really Top Shelf. Dustin is here. Am I now an old woman? I am not. I don't think. Yeah, this isn't an old woman beard. Old woman beards are thinner. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Everybody's saying cheers. Congrats. Thank you, Sunflowers. I do appreciate that. Yes, the kangaroo fight. Absolutely 100%, Amy. I'm the plan. I've been talking about doing fighting a kangaroo since the pandemic. I said if we get 1,000, and it started off as a joke, but now I think I can actually pull this thing off. Because the way I figure it, no kangaroo is expecting some middle-aged white guy to come up and pop it in the mouth. No kangaroo's expecting this shit. As long as I can get the first couple of pops in, it's not even going to be much of a fight. As long as I can get the first couple of shots, like bam, done. Kangaroo drops, I win, I get the belt. Cross species intercontinental champion right here. I think that's the best way to do it. You just gonna go in there and fight. And as far as I know, fighting a kangaroo is legal in the state of Texas. I haven't seen any evidence that it's not legal in the state of Texas. That's one of the benefits of living in Texas. Like everything's legal. There's nothing that's illegal in the state of Texas. You want to carry a gun into a church in Texas? Go right ahead. They're not going to stop you. You want to carry a gun into a school? Go ahead. They're not going to stop you. You want to carry a gun into the governor's mansion? No, you can't carry a gun in the governor's mansion. We do have some rules. But you want to I guess have sex with a dolphin? I think that's probably legal in Texas too. You want to film dolphins having sex and put it on an OnlyFans page? That's probably legal in the state of Texas too. As long as it's done tastefully, which is to say that they're the same race and not gay, because gay sex and interracial sex in the state of Texas is still frowned upon by most of the state, and if they had their chance, they'd outlaw it. Goddamn guarantee they would. Unless I guess if you did it with a gun, then it'd probably be okay because as long as you have a gun, everything's legal in the state of Texas because guns have all the rights. I kid, but only a little bit. Only a little bit. Let's see, what else we got? Oh, and I'm sorry. Hello, Vanessa. Good to see you. Hi, Mike. Sagmore cask strength in the Ooh, Sagmore. Strong choice there, Amy. Good job. Good pick. For the record, Vanessa, my cocktail is also mostly water. So there you go. Okay, so maybe that's it. It's 1.09K is what that. So maybe that's why that page hasn't updated. It has to get up to 1100 for that page to update. Okay, well that makes sense, Dustin. I guess that makes sense. Because that site isn't a YouTube site. The site that this is coming from is called like livestream.io or something like that, liveupdate.io or something. It's like a mirror site so I guess it's pulling the information from YouTube, which is getting only 1.09, not 1094. So that makes sense. I should probably drop the counter entirely. Probably drop this off entirely. But well, I'll keep it around. I'm at episode 95. I'll keep it around probably till episode 100. Speaking of which, episode 96 is tomorrow night, trivia night, again with Lisa, and probably an updated, whatchamacallit, Unhinged. She was overseas for a couple of weeks in the middle part of October, so she's got some Unhinged international editions to offer to us. So that's kind of cool. Oh, man, my eyes just went blurry there for a second. H2O, it's water only because Old Humble is not available in North Carolina. I'm not available in North Carolina yet, but I did see next year, 2023, I am going to focus a lot of my efforts on expanding into new states, including Florida, California, Colorado, Georgia, and I'm not sure if the distributor that I'm working with to go out of state is available in North Carolina, but if they are, that'll be on the list. So there's a handful of places I'm going to try and go to. I want to go to 2 or 3 states each year and kind of build that footprint out every few months. and get into a few, it's obviously not going to be statewide. It'll probably be in a major chain. If we get into a chain, something like Total Wine or ABC Spirits or something like that. But we're working on a bunch of stuff for 2023. 2022 was kind of a breath catching year because of prices changing, supplies changing, and all the stuff that we were having trouble with early in the year. I think we've got most of that stuff worked out for 2023, and now it's just going to be a matter of there is one major piece of the puzzle that still needs to be fixed for 2023. But once we get that fixed, we're going to be in fairly good shape. What are moon landing deniers think of today's Artemis? I have no idea what moon landing deniers. I think asking what moon landing deniers think is a losing battle already to begin with. Booyah! I said it, and I mean it. Damn right, I said what I said. Trying to samples I want on Thanksgiving Day. That is awesome, Vanessa. The only thing that I think you're going to be disappointed about in trying the samples on Thanksgiving Day is having waited so long to try the samples. That's my only warning. But that is a good time to try them. That is an opportunity to sit and savor and enjoy your samples. How do I make walnut bitter? Okay, so they're not actually bitter; they're bitters. But we know what bitters are, right? They're flavored. It's a little bit of alcohol, not enough alcohol to be considered alcoholic. It's a very low alcohol, walnut flavored. Actually, these were bitters. Is what snake oil salesmen used to sell as tonics and miracle cures in their traveling whatchamacallit, their little traveling apothecaries. I've got Aztec chocolate bitters, I've got black walnut bitters, of course Angostura bitters and orange bitters, aromatics, oranges, all that stuff for old fashions. But I think I even have celery. There's celery bitters and usually made with roots and herbs and things like that, used for medicinal qualities. But mostly they taste bad by themselves. They taste bad by themselves and they have a little bit of alcohol in it. So these snake oil salesmen would literally sell it as medicine. And it tastes kind of like medicine if you drink them by themselves, but they are not at all medicinal. But there you go. That's the origins of bitters. They're really gross by themselves. I don't like them by themselves. They're really great as a addition to a drink, though. Increase my health insurance. I probably ought to increase my life insurance, to be honest. Bananas and caramel sauce. Hope you enjoy VK. I hope she does too. Never had walnut. There's all kinds of flavors of bitters to be had, though. You can get all kinds of flavors of bitters, and they're really, really delightful. How to fight a kangaroo. I will open that in a new window and minimize it. Actually, you know what? I can't minimize it because now it's going to be. I will have to watch that later. Sunflowers. Easy Street with Jen is in the house. Cheers, Jen. Make a forge to melt glass to make shot glasses. That's maybe not a bad idea. Because I've made a forge to melt aluminum, and I'm pretty sure that glass melts at a much lower temperature than aluminum. The hard part would be actually putting the glass into a form to make the shot glasses. Molten glass is not as easy to work with as you might think. Was the Red Wave a bore tide? I don't even think it was that. I think they only got eight seats. I think. I don't remember what the old. I think the Democrats only had like a 7-seat margin. I think they only had 224 seats in the House in 2020. I mean, they lost. They lost 7, and the Republicans picked up 8. So, and of those 8, I think 6 of them were from gerrymandered districts. So they really only picked up like 2. And they thought they were going to pick up like 30 or 40 seats. Like as Ted Cruz cried this week, a generational opportunity. Fucking hate Ted Cruz. He's such a dick. Such a little puke. But that's part of the fascinating thing that happened last week. Something that I definitely want to talk about tonight. Um, I don't think the country is exactly half and half. I think the country is more like a third, a third, and a third, or 40, 40, 30, and then the other, 30, 20, 40, 30, 30, something in that neighborhood. There's a distinct majority of people who agree on most things. A distincted, well, wouldn't be majority if it's only 40%. But there's a a significant portion of the population just stays home. They don't care. Um, but we can talk. I mean, that's part of it. That's less of what I'm concerned about than I just want to talk about the demographics and what happened. But we'll get to it. Hang on. I just want to catch this up. We're still a few minutes behind. What are we? 10 minutes behind? I may just call it and pull the plug on chat and then get on with the topic. Uh, Gay interracial dolphin sex with guns. That'd be a first for OnlyFans. He's stocking up on drinks to say hi to everyone. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, Bacon we'll see Bacon when he gets here. That'd be fantastic. Grow large enough to get your products in base class 6. That is what I'm told is a goal to get into those base stores. But I really don't know if I have there's much of a market on base stores for whiskey that's twice as. They got Jack Daniels in the base stores. $15 whiskey versus $30 whiskey. I would love it if soldiers wanted to spend an extra $15 on my whiskey. But to be completely honest, and just thinking of it from a marketing point of view and from a consumer's point of view, you're on the base. You want to get whiskey inside of you, the maximum amount of whiskey at the lowest amount of cost. I just don't know if there's much of a market, but I'm willing to explore it and check it out and see. So, is messaging with the checkout lady now? You mentioned that the other day that you're reading, or was it earlier today that you're reading a graphic novel about faking the moon landing? See, here's a really cool thing about the moon landing. If they faked it, they spent as much money faking the moon landing as they would have had to have spent doing it for real. And the amount of technological advancement that they would have had to do in order to fake the moon landing basically would have required the type of technological advancement that you would have needed to go to the moon. So it's like, why spend all that money on faking a thing when all that money could have been used to do the thing that you said you were faking in the first place? So like the whole idea of faking the moon is just ridiculous. Obviously, it happened. It happened several times, and we aren't the only ones who've been to the moon. So it's like, you know, today's rocket is going to the moon, Dustin. That's why the question. It's going to orbit the moon, as a matter of fact. Um, uh, in fact, I get that. I get that. But the reality is that we had the tech. We developed the tech in the '60s, but we developed the tech in the '60s in such a haphazard and rushed manner that they didn't save any of the records, which is why we couldn't do it now. We basically had to reinvent all that stuff when we built Artemis. Um, that's what I heard. I don't know if that's for real, but apparently they had really shitty records on what they did and what they built, which is surprising because they used private contractors for almost everything, and they have model, components. They have model components of what they did, and they could just theoretically replicate all that shit. I mean, it's obviously not easy to do. That's why they call it rocket science, but Um, if it was easy to do, then anybody would do it. But it's yeah. So there you go. The suits used were developed here. They were Secretary Hamilton's standard press. She got us a personal tour of the factory and suits. Pretty cool. Um, right. My grandfather-in-law was a rocket scientist for NASA, or was he? Bum, bum, bum. And actually, what I've read and what I've heard is that long after human civilization is gone, the only remnant of human civilization that will remain is the footprint on the moon and the components that we left on the moon. The stuff on Mars will get covered up in dust and sand over time and get buried in the strata on Mars, but the stuff on the moon, that'll be there long after civilization is gone. Long after the last human breathes. If any alien civilization comes, they see and the ruins on Earth have been taken back by the forests and the desert sands, and bleached out by the sun, so that nothing remains and nothing is seen. The one thing that'll remain of human civilization will be the footprints on the moon and the machinery left behind, because there's no atmosphere, no erosion, etc., etc. So there you go. There you go. Old Humble brings all the girls to the bar. That's right. It's better than yours. I could teach you, but I have to charge. My whiskey brings all the girls to the bar, and damn right, it's better than yours. Damn right. Sorry. Um, the ultimate wingman. The ultimate wingman. Extra fire bricks to make 4. Ooh, we can do it. We can do it. Plus 18. The Democrats are -6 with 9 spots left. Uh, So if they're plus 18, that means they were at 200. 200 if there's 435 minus 200 leaves 235. So it was 235 and 200. So the Democrats are only losing, as of right now, they've only lost 17 seats. The Republicans have picked up 18 seats, but of those 18 seats, at least six were from gerrymandered districts, additional districts, like the 2 districts in Texas were gerrymandered to be Republican districts. And then, the dicking around with other stuff. So at least that's what I read. Like the plan was to at least get, the expectation was to get between 6 and 12 seats from gerrymandering alone. But that didn't work out as they planned. So, more closer to 40-40-20. See, 40-40-20 assumes that everybody who votes is everybody, but only about half the people vote. So it's really more like 2020-10 or 2020-80, or what would it be? 2020, that's 40, 2020-60. And then like the 60 is on the spectrum where some of them are, so, maybe of those 60, maybe I'd say 10-10. So 30, I'd still say 30-30, 30-30-40. I'd still go with that. That's still, because even in the 60, some of them are Greens because they're not really serious. Some of them are Libertarians because they're not really serious. And then everybody else is like this is fucking stupid crowd. But we'll talk about that in a bit as well. I'm almost caught up. We're almost there. Almost there. So Republicans are plus 12 seats so far. I thought you just said they were 18. You said it was an 18-seat pickup. The Democrats are -6. All right. Well, I don't remember what the number was, but if they're plus 12, it's still not that great. Oh yeah, plus 12. Okay, yeah, net plus 12, but it would still be plus 18 because ultimately it'll be plus 18 minus 17 if this is where it stands, but it's not quite there yet because there's still 9 outstanding. or 8 outstanding. I guess I don't remember. I'm a little bit behind on the news because I haven't heard the news for the last 3 hours. So, um, vote to allow Texas whiskey. Voting to thank you, Safety Doc, and welcome to the party. Voting to allow Texas distilleries to legally ship to other states would literally require a regime change in the state of Texas. So there you go. That's what it would be. It would literally require a regime change, and I'm down for it. I'm absolutely down for it. But that's another thing that we're going to talk about in a few minutes. What it would take to have actual regime change in the state of Texas. Money to buy cool. Oh, well, that's a good point there, Dustin. Folks shopping on the base, they're not just looking to maximum value. They're looking for balance of value and quality as well. That's a good point. Yeah. It's something I need to look into. It's something I need to at least look into and consider. Why did we land on the moon? Because it's there. We landed on the moon because it was there, because we were in the middle of a space race, because we were testing out intercontinental ballistic missiles, because we wanted to make sure we had the high ground, because we all know from Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker what happens when you have the high ground and when you don't have the high ground. So, yeah, there you go. But because it's there, that's as good a reason as any. Just because it's there. Coop, I'm going to CNT's 9, Soldier Girl. We still have the ships that we sent. Hang on, what? We still have the ships we sent and the ones we built to have the model problems on the active ships sent to the moon. Yeah, exactly. And the ones that are still on the moon, they're still there. We didn't bring them back. Nobody brings stuff back from the moon. There's no reason to do that. I'm doing great, CNT. I had a great night doing my tasting. I sold a case of whiskey tonight. Well, it's a good night. It's an absolute good night. So far, so good. We got almost 15 hours of watch time this afternoon when I was doing the bottling run. I'm hoping to get another, I don't know, 10 or 12 tonight. So Project 360 is in full swing. So Project 360 is the next phase of my channel growth strategy. The first part of the growth strategy was the 100,000 views project. We hit our number on the 100,000 views, and we have blown past it. The goal for the 100,000 views was we started at 40. The goal was to get 100,000 by the end of the year. I hit 100,000 by June, if I'm not mistaken. Then we not only hit the 100,000 total, then we went and did another 40,000 views to get 100,000 views this year. And then we blew past that and got 200,000 views. Then we passed the 250 mark. Now we passed the 300,000 view mark. And I am on the verge right now. This is really cool news. I am on the verge right now of clearing 100,000 views for the month of November, which is really fucking cool to clear 100,000 views in the month of November. But a side effect of all of that was adding 450,000 or 450 subscribers since the middle of February, which is totally cool. Way beyond my expectations, way beyond the plan. I thought I might get 1,000 subscribers by the end of next year. I didn't think we'd get 1,000 subscribers this year. I was expecting 200 or 300 this year, not 400 or 500. Maybe 200, 250 this year. That was kind of the growth plan of get 250 this year, 250. A nice, slow, steady, organic growth for the channel. But I mean, it just blew up. I was not expecting this at all. Get 100,000 views in a single month. I wasn't expecting that. As of right now, according to my analytics on the studio, I have gotten in the month of July or month of November 71,300 and there it is. Can you see that? Can you read that? 71,331 views. It's the best month I've ever had as far as views goes. The previous high point was 64,000. I think in August, 68,000 in August. So we've blown past that, and it's only what, the 16th? So I've got a whole nother rest of this month to go. Lifetime views is at something like 350,000. Um, I'm expecting. Let's see what the lifetime views as of right now on my analytics page. 350,000, right at 350. So I'm expecting it's entirely possible to pass 500,000 total views by the end of the year. It's going to be a stretch. I'm going to have to really push it in December, but it's possible. It's not out of the question. It's entirely possible. So that was the first stage in the channel growth plan. So the second stage of the channel growth plan is Project 360, which is figuring out how to get 360 watch hours every single month so that we can hit that monetization target by the end of next year of 4,000 hours, 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours. So I don't know how many of it doesn't appear that much of the time from shorts is counting towards that qualified monetization time. So now it's going to just be figuring out how to get excuse me, how to get videos that people watch and put not just shorts, but minute to 2 minute, 3 minute videos that we can put into our feed and into everybody else's feed to get that watch time up. So that's Project 360. That's the next phase of our channel growth plan. So yeah, I'm having a great night. I'm having a great week. I've gone and gotten another order placed for our whiskey. So yeah, things are. I'm feeling really good today for the first time in a while. Or was he part? Oh yeah. How many eligible to vote? How many actually vote? Voting participation rate is roughly 50 to 60%. 55 to about 55% ish in the United States. It is not high. It's about 55%. In the state of Texas, it's a little bit lower. It's closer to 48%. In some places, it's a little bit higher, closer to 60%. So there you go. Did I see Bacon? Goddamn Bacon is in the house. Cheers, Bacon. Welcome to the party. And Vanessa, there's a lot of reasons why people don't vote. Just the we'll get there in a minute. We'll talk about it in a minute. Gained 18 but lost 6. Okay. Amazes you that Democrats won any seats at all? Yeah, because I mean, it. What have they done other than uh, pass the laws that they said they were going to pass, and not host an insurrection at the Capitol, and do all the things? I mean, why on earth would they? They didn't try to take away women's rights to get an abortion. They didn't publicly profess the desire to roll back marriage equality and Medicare and Medicaid and insurance. And I mean, yeah, I don't see why they won any seats at all. I mean, it just seems ridiculous that people wouldn't go out and vote for the party that has literally, openly, and enthusiastically expressed their desire to restrict human rights. I don't understand why kids just don't find that to be an appealing political strategy. It seems ridiculous that newly graduated kids who grew up doing active shooter drills wouldn't actively and enthusiastically go out and vote for the party that literally takes money from an organization that encourages those things to happen every day. I don't understand. I do not understand the mentality and the psychology of kids today who have literally grown up in a world where they had physical human rights of bodily autonomy, and then one party says, you know what, we're going to take that right away from you. I don't see why those kids didn't say, yeah, you get my vote, my man. Let me, because it's mostly men. Let me definitely give you the authority to take away my bodily autonomy. That makes sense. And then, on top of that, they said, you know what, we're going to try, your politicians are going to try and decide who you should marry as well. And I don't see why those kids didn't say, you know what, that's a great plan, Mr. Politician, Mr. Senator, Mr. Governor. I really definitely want you to decide who I can marry and who my kids can marry. And you know what? While you're at it, I really, really like this idea of you taking away our Medicare and Social Security because uh, that's terrible. I would like that to happen. See, that's what kids should be saying. But for some strange reason, the kids didn't do that. The kids simply woke up and said, you know what? I think that having rights is a good thing. And these dumb, idiot, stupid kids woke up and decided, you know what? I think that it's better for me to decide what to do with my body than a room full of politicians, because apparently kids are stupid. Because these kids are so fucking stupid that they can't just look around and say, well, obviously somebody else should do the decision making on my behalf, because I'm too dumb to be able to decide when I should have a family. I'm too dumb to decide when and if I should have access to birth control. I'm too dumb to decide when and if I should get married. I'm too dumb to decide who I should get married to. So politicians should do that. I don't know why kids don't do that. I don't know why these kids couldn't figure that out, because clearly, clearly, the solution to growing uh, uh, gap between the wealthy and the poor is doing the exact same thing that caused the wealth gap to begin with. Clearly, the thing that solves the problem of young couples and young families being unable to afford housing is doing the same things that made it so that they couldn't afford housing to begin with. Clearly, what kids need to do is, after electing people to office, to do the things that they wanted them to do, and then those people being elected to office did the things that they wanted them to do. Clearly, the next step is to vote them out of office and put people in office who have said out loud repeatedly that they would not only not do the things that they want them to do, but also undo the things that they wanted the other party to do. Because kids are just stupid. I don't have any idea why Democrats won any seats at all, because obviously, obviously most of the country supports the policies of that party, because that party has won every single national popular election since, except for one, since the mid 90s. So clearly, because most people vote for that one particular party in national elections, clearly that party doesn't deserve the right to have any victories on the political stage. Because why would you do that in a representative democracy? Why would you do that in a constitutional republic that is based on representation of the people? Why would you put a party in power that actually represents the people? Why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So clearly, I mean, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. I don't know why Democrats won any seats either. I agree with you 100%. I'm with you 100%, because it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Not even a little bit. It's cuckoo crazy. It really is. Cuckoo crazy. But maybe one day we'll understand. Maybe the data from last week actually sheds some light on what actually happened. Maybe there's a demographic shift going on in this country. Maybe that sheds some light on it. Because here's the thing. The boomer, there's been a whole lot of talk about the boomer generation, because the boomer generation is a huge generation. The silent generation that came back from World War II, the greatest generation, whatever the fuck they were called, the greatest generation that came back from World War II, they fucked a lot. Yeah, there was this moment in time in the United States history where, for about 4 or 5 years, where there was no fucking, because most of the able-bodied men were overseas fighting. There was a little bit of fucking. There was some babies happening during the early part of World War II and the Great Depression. But most of the able-bodied, a significant cohort of the able-bodied men in the 18 to 25 age range was overseas fighting Nazis, fighting fascists, mind you, like the first anti-fascists, which is ironic because those very same people who were fighting who were fighting fascists, who were anti-fascists, gave birth to a whole generation of people that brought them back. Fucking idiots. Um, but there was a whole generation, and it's a big damn cohort of people, a huge generation of people, because when they came back from World War II, they were horny and they fucked everything, and they had a whole bunch of babies, and they didn't just have a few. I'm not talking like a few. I'm talking like 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 22. They had a bunch of babies. And that was the baby boomer generation. Um, I think the average family size, the average number of children in the boomer generation was between 4 and 6, I think. And then boomers go and have their kids, and it's like 2.2, I think, is what the average for a boomer family with the boomers as parents and the Gen X kids, Gen X kids. The average was 2.2, if I'm not mistaken. Kids born between 1960, I think it was 65, 66, and like 1984. So like 65 and 85, 64, 84, somewhere in that neighborhood. I may be pushing those numbers. It may be 68 and 82 or something like that. But basically, me and my siblings. My oldest brother was born in 69. My youngest brother was born in 83. But that shows the breadth of the Gen X uh, cohort, where you have the oldest group of Gen Xers are a lot like the boomers. The youngest group of Gen Xers are a lot like millennials, Gen Y, and Gen Z. And demographically speaking, what was going on in the United States for 40 years, and we know this because we lived through it. There was the boomer cohort that was like this. It was huge. And there's a lot to be said about what they did and what they didn't do. Because it's very safe to say that there's literally nothing that the boomers were handed that they handed off to the next generation in better condition. They were handed civil rights. They were handed women's rights. They were handed equal rights. They were handed um, the space race. They were handed uh, Social Security. They were handed Medicare. They were handed Medicaid. They were handed all of this stuff that was literally set in motion by their parents and their parents' parents. And they've gutted the EPA. They've weakened uh, the space agencies. The space agencies are doing great things, but they are nowhere near as robust as what they were as a comparison or as a fraction of the rest of the budget as they were when they were literally handed these things. Um, Equal rights, civil rights, voting rights, all the rights and stuff that they were handed, they have been working diligently at undoing. Even the stuff that came about while they were in power, like marriage rights, gay rights, interracial marriage, all that stuff, they're still working at undoing that to this day. And a lot of the older Xers, like Ted Cruz, look a lot like the boomers. They are, at least policy wise and thoughts wise and rhetoric wise. And that's not to say all of the boomers, because even Bernie Sanders is a boomer, and he's a fire-breathing socialist. Um, they're not all, but as a group, these are the same people who were marching for civil rights, or the same people whose parents were passing the laws and getting them actually doing the civil rights. These are the same people that elected Reagan, the same people that elected Gingrich, and the same people who elected all the people who have gutted the civil rights since then. People who elected George Bush, who appointed Roberts to the court, and one of the first things that Chief Justice Roberts did was gut the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act. And immediately after the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Act were gutted, voter suppression laws were passed all throughout the country in like 26 states. This is not like earth-shattering, groundbreaking history, right? I mean, we know this stuff. We all participate in the same reality, right? I mean, I'm not breaking any new ground here. I'm not informing you that the aliens built the pyramids, which they didn't. Well, we're just talking about nuts and bolts, ABCs, right? Okay. The Gen X generation was never larger than the generation before. In fact, I think it was the first time demographically that this happened in the United States, where the succeeding generation was smaller than the preceding generation. Like boomers were up here, Gen X was down here, and it was not just Gen X, not just Gen Y, but Gen Z. It has taken all the way up until now because again, Gen X was not diametrically opposed necessarily to the boomers. We're a transitional generation. Like the rules changed during my lifetime. Like literally during my lifetime. Pensions went away, 401ks came about. Practical lifetime employment went away. 5 or 6 careers in your lifetime became the norm. High interest rate savings accounts went away in favor of investment accounts. Literally, the ability to buy a house, if you didn't already own a house, changed over the last 20 years during my working lifetime. If we didn't already own our house, it would be nearly impossible for us to buy this house if we didn't already own it over the last like 15 years. That's how drastically things have changed. Pre-computer, post-computer, pre-cell phones, post-cell phones, pre-cell phone, cell phone, smartphone. The way our music has changed, like everything that kids today have grown up with, smartphones, digital music, the gig economy, whatever the fuck that means, all of that stuff didn't exist when I was a kid. Cable TV is something so mundane as cable TV. It came and went during my lifetime. Cable TV, like this function of delivering entertainment to your house, came and went. Like they invented a service, built out the infrastructure, and then that infrastructure was then superseded by another infrastructure, which was then so we start with regular TV, which was superseded by cable TV, then cable TV, which was superseded by digital satellite TV, which was then superseded by digital delivery of television, like full on digital, like TV over internet. So like entire industries, entire technologies have been invented, superseded, and superseded again in my lifetime. Our generation is a full-on transitional generation. Full-on transitional generation. Gen Y, Gen Z, Gen Y being the last 15 years of the 20th century and the first 15 years of the 21st century, Gen Z, they've lived with this shit all their life. Practically, Gen Y is a little bit less transitional, but they practically live with this shit all their life. They've never known a day in their life without the internet. And Gen Z has never known a day in their life without smartphones. So what I'm saying is there's this transitional period, and these next two generations are the first two generations as they've come of age. The having the second generation come of age finally has finally brought enough people onto the voting scene to finally counteract the voting bloc that was the voting bloc preceding mine. So what we're seeing for the first time in 4 decades, 5 decades almost, is a significant generational transformation of the electorate. And this is something that was warned way back in 2008. Way back in 2008 when we saw the first glimpse of this possibility and the first real betrayal of a motivated voting bloc. Because 08 would have been Gen X and Gen Y coming of age for the first time and joining forces and voting together for the first time to bring a minority president and Democratic Congress, House, and Senate together at the same time with one mission, one fucking mission. And they shit the bed on that mission. They fucked it up. And they got paid. They paid for it at the polls. They paid for it 2 years later when they got summarily voted out of office, except for the president. The president didn't get voted out of office 2 years later, but they got their asses whooped, and that's legitimately what they were expecting to happen this time. They were expecting something along those lines, but instead of going from a 2/3 majority to I don't know 15 or 20% minority, that didn't happen. There was a lot of this was a remarkable election to see happen because according to the data, for the first time ever, or for the first time since the 1960s, when the boomers were the majority voting bloc, for the first time in almost 60 years, a new voting bloc has taken the majority or has cast the majority of votes in an election. This is huge. This is absolutely huge because, and here's the difference between now and 2008. In 2008, there was a postmortem. One of the parties did a postmortem review of what happened and said, you've got two choices. You either need to expand your coalition and bring in more people and have more policies that are more popular with more of the voting population, or you need to double down on your dwindling population and put in roadblocks in order to maintain a minority rule. And they chose the other. They didn't choose the first thing. They chose the second thing of putting up roadblocks to ensure minority rule through gerrymandering and voter suppression and anti-immigration policies and all the other shit that they've done since 2008. More purification, more purity in the policy and party. Some of y'all aren't old enough to know this or remember this, but some of us are old enough to remember all the chatter on talk radio about this shit back in 08 and 09. Mitt Romney wasn't, or Mitt Romney was the biggest mistake because he wasn't conservative enough. John McCain was a big, ridiculous mistake because he wasn't conservative enough. We don't need moderates. We need fire-breathing conservative. We don't need 40% or 60% Republican and 40%. That we need 90% Republican and 100% Republican would be even better. Sean Hannity was a goob. He still is a goob. That was a strong drink. Where was I going with this? Oh, but that's the remarkable thing about this. That for the first time in 60 years, we've seen a new voting bloc step up and take the lead. And these are kids who were born after 2000. These are kids who've never lived a day in their life in the 20th century. Some of them, the ones that tip the balance, is what I'm saying. Not, I mean, obviously they're, you know, people who are born in the 1980s, people born in the 1970s, people born in the 1960s, that make up this voting block, post-boomer voting block. But most of them at this point are people who were born after the 1970s and late into the 1980s, which makes this a very remarkable election because what we were expecting, what most pundits were expecting, was minus 40, 30, minus between 20 and 40 for the governing party. But what they got was -6, which huge, absolutely huge. And just it's not just the demographics, but it's also policies that speak to the demographics. Because, you know, there's a whole group of kids growing up and looking out and saying, you know what? These are the things that are important to us. Tell me how you're going to solve them. And if you just come out to solve the problem with the same dumb, tired trope that you've always used, well, we'll cut taxes for the rich. Well, they don't say the last part. They say, well, we'll just cut taxes. Well, how the fuck is cutting taxes going to solve the goddamn problem? We don't. It hasn't solved the problem the last 20 times you cut taxes. How's it going to solve the problem next time? Well, they can't. It doesn't. They can't explain the then what. The then what is the hard question to explain. So how are you going to solve the problem? Well, we're going to cut taxes. Then what? Well, then we're not going to have enough money to pay for the services. Okay, well then what? Well, we're going to cut the services. Well, that's not what we want. There's a whole cohort of voters that are saying that's not what we want. And there's two answers to that. Either we'll figure out a way to stop you from voting, or we'll do what you want. And unfortunately, for the last 10 years, the response to that has been the first thing, not the second thing. But I have a feeling, based on the last 3 years that we've seen, the response is increasingly going to be the first thing of actually doing what the voters want them to do. And one of the things that I think one of the stories of this midterm election, this remarkable midterm election that we just saw, is that the unpopularity of the governing party was very, very, very high until this summer, when they finally did the thing that voters wanted them to do, or the several things that the voters wanted them to do. And then it became a very, very clear choice that there was one party that was willing to do the things that the voters wanted them to do, and another party that was willing to sit back and say, you know what? Fuck you. We're not going to do any of that. I mean, Jesus Christ, one of our two senators, actually both of our senators, but one of our senators worked to get a freeway designated as part of the Ports to Plains freeways, and then refused to vote to fund it. And then he goes out and he says, well, we did the work to get this done. But you didn't do the work to get it done, because to do the work to get it done also meant getting it funded, but you voted against the funding. The funding that was part of the Inflation Reduction Act. Voted against that. In the same way that they voted against voted against so many other things. He just doesn't vote for anything because he's a fucking piece of shit. So that's the remarkable. That's at least one of the remarkable stories that comes from this election on Tuesday that we just had. Now, there was another very interesting set of data that came out of the state of Texas. Out of the state of Texas, we had fans on. It's getting warm in here. Out of the state of Texas, we had 17 million registered voters out of 22 million eligible voters. We had 17 million voters, registered voters in the state of Texas. A little over 8.5 million voted. So roughly half, just a little bit less than half of the registered voters in the state of Texas bothered to get up and go vote at any point in the 2.5 weeks that polls were open in the state of Texas. a little less than half, just under half. That's frustrating in the state of Texas because the state of Texas used to be just a political factory. It used to just pump out luminaries, men bigger than history. This is where Sam Houston came from Tennessee. This is where Davy Crockett came from Kentucky. This is where Sam Rayburn, John Tower, Lyndon Baines Johnson, the John Connolly, the Senator John Connolly, Lloyd Benson, um, what's her face? The female senator whose name is evading me at the moment. Hutchison, Sarah Bailey Hutchison. We had Ann Richards. We had giants, political fucking giants. Both of the George Bushes, political giants coming out of state. We have NASA here for crying out loud. Good night, my love. I love it when she comes and tells me good night. Mwah. She is a ray of sunshine, I tell you what. But we used to have luminaries coming out of the state of Texas, giants among men, huge, larger than life leaders coming out of the state of Texas. We used to influence policy. We used to be at the table. We used to be an important part of policy making decisions. We have not been an important part of policy making decision since George W. Bush, since he left office in 2008. That's 15 years. We're approaching 20 years of not being a serious participant in national politics. Our governors are laughing stocks. Our senators are laughing stocks. Our state legislature is a laughing stock. We as a state, we're on the verge of becoming the equivalent of Florida man from Texas, if you will. We're a caricature. We're a fucking joke. It used to not be that way. We used to have two-party system in the state of Texas. We used to have thriving, active debate. We used to have a thriving, active, or it seems that we had a thriving, active electorate that gave a crap and was involved. But now, not so much. And you could track that going back to the 90s when our our districts were gerrymandered the fuck 9 ways to Sunday to ensure a majority, a one-party majority in the state, and one party abandoned the state in the 90s. Just completely fucking abandoned the state. And what happened since the 90s, this ecosystem has been built up in the state of Texas. And I'm not making this shit up. Out of the 25 top donors in the election, this last election cycle, 23 of them were for Governor Abbott and PACs supporting Governor Abbott and Republican legislators and statewide offices like Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, et cetera, et cetera. 23 of the 25 major donors. And the opponents outraised them. So despite the fact that more of the people donated to the opposition party, most of the large money donors went to the governing party, or the ruling party, however you want to describe them. So You've got an ecosystem in the state of Texas, and I was thinking about this earlier. You've got an ecosystem in the state of Texas that literally supports and maintains one-party rule. And I was thinking about this before, earlier. If Ted Cruz's dad had decided to go to New York State or California instead of Texas, Ted Cruz would currently be a liberal Democratic senator because Ted Cruz doesn't believe in anything. Ted Cruz doesn't believe in anything. He came to Texas, put his finger up in the air, saw how the winds were blowing, and he said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be a Republican because that's what the ecosystem in Texas supports. One party rule, one single party, and that party is the party that Ted Cruz decided that he would be a part of because that was the direction the winds were blowing when he came to the state. And that's, if I were to run for office in the state of Texas, if I expected to win, I would have to run as a Democrat or as a Republican if I expected to win. If anybody wants to run for office in the state of Texas and expect to win, unless you have a gerrymandered district that's intended to be your party, it's intended to be Democratic. If you were going to run for office in the state of Texas, you have to be, there's one party that will give you the expectation that you will win in the state of Texas. And I was thinking about that. And half the people in the state voted. Half the people in the state decided not to vote. They're like, fuck it, why does it even matter? That's the ecosystem of voter suppression in the state. And it's not explicit. It's not as explicit as it is in Alabama and Mississippi, where they say you have to get an ID and you have to get your ID at the voter or at the driver registration, the Department of Motor Vehicles. And there's only one office in your county of DMV, and you have to go to that one office that's in your county, and that office isn't open every day. I mean, that's very explicit. You're making it hard for people to vote. In the state of Texas, we don't do that. In the state of Texas, we just say, your vote doesn't matter. So why bother? And that's very disheartening. And I don't know how to change that in the state of Texas. If anybody has any ideas, put it in chat. It is what, 10? It's 11:30. So put it in chat. If you got any ideas, put it in chat. How do you take a disinterested populace that doesn't think their vote counts, doesn't think their vote matters, doesn't think it makes a difference to get up and go vote, because every time you have a motivated population, you have a charismatic leader, you have a motivated population, you have more people supporting, like empirically more people, but something happened and it just doesn't, whatever. A lot of the stories that y'all heard coming out of the state of Texas, where there were polling places that opened late, they ran out of paper, technical problems, like the technical problems, you can't really do anything about that. Power goes out, machines go down. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. But when polls open up later, they run out of paper or they run out of whatever supplies. That is 100% on the election clerks, or not the election clerks, 100% on the presiding judges, the assistant judges, of not running their shit very well. And that's bad training. That's just doing your job badly. These people get paid. These people get paid to be judges, and they get paid to be assistant judges. They get paid to be clerks. And the judges and assistant judges are the ones that are making sure that the election, it's like a little business. They're making sure that the election runs smoothly. They're making sure that this polling station runs smoothly. And they're just bad. They're poorly trained and bad at what they do. This isn't their professional job. This is like a one-time gig. They work these polls 2 or 3 times a year. A primary, a runoff, and then the general election. And that's it. And you run out of paper because you didn't have enough fucking paper? Are you kidding me? That stuff is just bad management. That stuff is just poorly run election booths, poorly run election day stuff. But like, I didn't see any evidence at my polling station votes being changed or any of the technical nonsensical bullshit that they talked about. I didn't see any evidence of that. But I don't know how you get half the population to finally stand up and say, okay, we're gonna take part in this. Not even half of it, just like 10%. Just another 3 or 4 million people to get up and act like they give a shit. The election this year wasn't particularly close in Texas. Up and down the ballot, it wasn't even particularly close. Even in the statewide races where it wasn't gerrymandered so that they could pick their voters, it wasn't particularly close. Not even particularly close. Million votes? 700,000 votes? Wasn't even close. Like 4 years ago, DeSantis won by only 36,000 votes. This was over almost a million votes. Not even particularly close. But anyway, so that was the like nationwide. The idea that we're seeing a sea change, a demographic sea change of who's voting and what they're voting for and how they're voting and the message that they're sending to the vote. Very encouraging for the country in general. That maybe policies will be enacted, put in place to address the concerns and problems that people have. Maybe. Very encouraging. I think it's very encouraging. Having a vibrant democracy where people are engaged and involved is very encouraging for the country. Very encouraging. It's a very good thing. The fewer people involved, the more dangerous it becomes. Which is why I still worry about my state here in Texas. To have fewer and fewer people involved, a smaller and smaller percentage of people involved, worries me in my state because the state party has professed some very kooky ideas here in the state. Putting in a state level electoral college, taking away the one person, one vote, putting in an electoral college type of thing at the state level. That's probably the most troublesome. Giving the legislature the ability to invalidate the vote and cast ballots on behalf of the state. That's worrisome. That's worrisome. That's worrisome on several, and that's in the olden days when they couldn't necessarily have a vote in every state, they would there were some states you just couldn't. That's exactly what they would do. Like the legislatures would collect up as many ballots as they could and then just cast the vote on behalf of the people. But we don't have to do that anymore. We don't have to do that anymore. So, anyway, let's get back onto the discussion. Let's talk more. I know I'm like a million years behind in chat now. What is it? It's 10:45, 11. I'm almost an hour behind in chat. Let's catch it up. Let's catch it up. I'll go fast. It's getting warm in here. We finally turned the heater on in the house, so it's actually hot. Ugh. Given how bad some of the Republican candidates were, I know, right? That was, I was being kind of sarcastic when I was talking about that. Some of those candidates were really bad, which is also what's confusing about Georgia. Like Herschel Walker is remarkably bad. This is a dude, like he was a good running back. Don't get me wrong. Herschel Walker was a great running back. But this is a dude who's had page unresponsive. Well, it'll wait. Multiple baby mamas, multiple abortions, multiple violent outbursts against his baby mamas in the past. He's just generally a bad dude, right? And he's running against an actual reverend. And people in the state of Georgia are like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like, how the fuck do you not know? Like, how many abortions does this guy have to pay for you to be all like, yeah, we're in favor of abortion, or we're not in favor of abortion, but, it was only 6. Like, how many abortions is okay? Like, where do you draw the line at the number of abortions that you're okay with? And one of the Republican strategists said the quiet part out loud. She said, "Well, I'm more interested in getting control of the Senate." Well, now control of the Senate is out of the question. Like, you're not going to get control of the Senate. The Democrats have 51 seats. So, do you still support this ding dong? Do you still support this wingnut? Do you really? He thinks that the good air of the United States, if we do pollution reform, is going to float over to China, and China's bad air is going to float over to the United States. He said this out loud. I I, I don't I don't understand it. I don't get it. It doesn't make any damn sense to me. Of course, here in the state of Texas, we had a governor tell grieving families outside of an elementary school where their children were murdered that it could have been worse, and they still voted for him. So I don't know. We live in the fucking upside down sometimes. It just doesn't make any sense to me sometimes. It really truly doesn't make any sense to me. Um, but what do I know? Uh, where this page updated and rolled all the way down. I got to get all the way up to where were we? 10:30? A little higher? We're close? Yep, there it is. Okay. We'll get it all caught up. I promise. I'm working on it. I'm having a runoff. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. I don't understand it. I really truly don't. I mean, I get it in the larger sense in a nationalized election when you have to. They want control of the Senate, so I get that they're going to put all their reasons. If this was a 40, if it was 50-49 and this became a nationalized seat, we would see all hell breaking loose. Because we saw the same thing up in Pennsylvania. We saw an actual Pennsylvanian versus some ding dong from New Jersey. And he's like, I'm from Pennsylvania now too. And like, how is this even a fucking close? How is this even a questionable thing? How is this even? How? And that's not even a policy. That's just like, this is a decent person versus a fucking snake oil charlatan who came across state lines to run. I don't understand it. But this was literally an AstroTurf carpet bagging, whatever the hell you want to call it. Some dude coming into the state saying, hey, there's an open seat. I want it. Like, whatever. Wegner's? uh, I had to look up what coup d'etat was. I didn't even know. But anyway, some of the Trump that is a good point there, Top Shelf. Some of them were batshit crazy. I mean, we're talking not just election deniers, but like everything. I don't even know. Like, Square Table Degenerates may be able to answer this question, but I have no idea how JD Vance did what he did. There's a lot of money getting thrown around, and that's probably a serious concern. That probably should be a serious concern with the election going forward. Is how money can truly influence these elections. 'Cause I've been skeptical in the past that if you have a decent candidate, it shouldn't matter. The amount of money shouldn't matter. Like, no amount of money is going to convince me. You can put trillions of dollars behind someone like Ted Cruz. No amount of money is going to convince me that this guy's not an absolute piece of shit. But if you're not paying close attention, if you're not actually listening to the words, if all you hear are the radio ads and the TV ads and the billboards, see the billboards, then maybe, I don't know. But I'm curious to know where all that money goes and what all that money does. I'm absolutely curious to know. Ground following air launch cruise missile in action. I have not seen a ground following air launch cruise missile in action. Sounds like a cool thing though. Oh, don't get me started on flat Earth theory. I the Earth's round. Flat Earth is not a theory. It's a bunch of fucking nonsense. That's it. It doesn't go past that. There's it's not even a debatable topic. The Earth is not flat. That's not a debatable topic. Um, that's like saying this cup is made of plastic. It's not. That's wrong. It's not a debatable topic. So there you go. Um, Crazy would be an actual candidate for attorney general. I think it was Arizona. It was either Arizona or Nevada, a candidate for attorney general who was actually at the insurrection on January 6th, running for office, saying that the vote was not valid, running for office, running for an office that counts the votes that he said was invalid. Dr. Oz is pretty fucking crazy. Herschel Walker's pretty fucking crazy. That they are candidates at all is pretty fucking crazy. All of that's pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, that's a good start. Yeah, actively pushing baseless conspiracy theories is an excellent start for how much for like the crazy that is a good baseline. Actively pushing insane conspiracy theories. Sunflowers. There are 12 bottles of whiskey in a case. 12. 12 bottles of whiskey in one of my case. A standard case of whiskey can be 6, 9, or 12 bottles, depending on the size of the size of the bottle and the size of the box. Um, See, flat earthers used to make me chuckle, but when you combine flat earth theories with the algorithms on something like YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or anything like that, they become dangerous because it is a very short path between flat Earth and uh, kidnapping babies and terrorizing them to harvest their adrenal gland emissions. It is a very, very short path from point A to point B. It's a very short path. So flat Earth used to be amusing to me, but then when I saw how the algorithm was treating the flat Earth stuff and combining it up with all the other nonsensical bullshit, then it became very concerning to me because it, another very short path from flat earthing is Wayfair using um, filing cabinets, orders for filing cabinets to traffic kidnapped girls, which was a story in 2020 during the pandemic that Wayfair was, the Stephanie filing cabinet was actually a child named Stephanie. And it probably started with the fucking 9/11 truther shit, the Alex Jones nonsensical fucking shit, where 9/11 was fake and then Sandy Hook was fake. But now he's gotten his ass sued about that shit, and he's going to be up to his fucking eyeballs in $1.5 billion dollars worth of penalties and damages. So maybe that'll put an end to that kind of bullshit. But see, flat earthers, they don't have a specific aggrieved party, so they can't be sued up to their eyeballs in damages and penalties. Because they're not actually slandering a single individual. It's not like they're dragging a scientist from NASA out and saying he's the one in charge of the conspiracy, because there's no conspiracy. There's no, it's not a debatable, it's not a thing. You see, the 9/11 stuff, that was the government, and the government can't sue you. You can't libel the government. You can't slander the government. You can just make up preposterous claims about the government. The government can't sue you because the government can't infringe your freedom of speech. You have a First Amendment protection from slandering the government. You can say whatever you want about the government. The government can't do anything about it. Their hands are literally tied. But if you say something about another private citizen, well, the Constitution doesn't protect you from slandering a private citizen because the government says, well, we can't do anything to stop you from saying stuff, but he can. So he can sue the piss out of you. And now you're going to have to pay everything to him for the rest of your life, you dumb idiot. So that's where Alex Jones fucked up. He, slandered the wrong people. But there's no person in the flat Earth nonsense. There was no person in the 9/11 nonsense, and this shit has kind of tracked from point A to point B to point, to now the algorithm. And I know because I did a show on flat Earth, the history and theory of flat Earth, and where it came from, and when it came from, and how it came from, and what their arguments are. Da 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 da. And for a month, my algorithm was flooded with this shit. I had to clear my history so that it would go away. It was a fucking mess. I had to clear my YouTube search history so that this stuff would go away. And yes, you can do that. There are ways to do that. It's like your YouTube cache. You can clear it out and start making a new history. But man, it was a mess. It was a disaster. I had this shit for weeks, just flooding. Aliens, aliens build the pyramids. Secret civilizations that live underneath the mountains, the mounds on the Mississippi Indian mounds were actually communication devices. Uh, so many ridiculous nonsense bullshit things. That's just like it's a very short path to get into these murder island fucking Rothschild bullshittery, and Jeremy Epstein or Jeffrey Epstein, whatever the fuck his name was. All these, and no, Jeffrey Epstein was actually doing some stuff, but the stuff he was doing was bad enough that you don't have to make up stuff on top of the stuff that he was doing. Like, what he was doing was bad enough. You don't need to make up new stuff. Just stick to the reality, stick to the facts, right? Ah, my nose itches. Ah, goodness. How do I think she likes her margaritas? Since you ask, I'm guessing it's a lime juice margarita. One of the classic old style margaritas. But I'm still fully and firmly in the camp that a sweet and sour margarita is better than a lime juice margarita. I need some ice. I need a fresh glass is what I need, and I don't have a fresh glass in here. Stereographic projections help for most flat earthers. Not even learning stereographic projection, just simply looking at the fucking moon. Like the last week, the moon, Earth, the horizon line is like this, right? The moon, the shadow on the moon was, let's see here, was like this. So like the bright side of the moon was this way, the dark side of the moon was up here, and the Earth was like this, which means the sun was down here somewhere, shining onto the moon this way, which means just basic geometry. Like if the Earth is like this, that means the sun is down here, not zooming around up top up here. It's down there somewhere. Like that's just basic geometry. That's looking at a thing, drawing the lines, and figuring out where everything is located from the shadows. And just look up at the fucking sky. These idiots don't even do that. Like based on their stupid fucking model, the shadow on the moon is always has to be vertical to the Earth, like this, because the sun is somewhere up here. It's just stupid. It's a stupid set of presumptions based on fucking ignorance. And I don't have patience for that shit. I try. I used to try, but I don't have patience for that shit. It's just dumb. And I don't have any patience for people who are willfully dumb, who look at all of the evidence, all of the experts, all of the knowledge that we've gathered for the last 4,000 years and says, nah, I think boogers, whatever. These are the type of fucking people that you tell them like you shouldn't eat shit because that comes out of your body and it's a waste product. And they're like, well, I don't want to. You're not the fucking boss of me. I'll do what I want. And you're like, you really shouldn't eat shit. And they're like, I'll do what I want. And don't do it. And they just take it and they eat the shit right in front of you. And you're like, that's dumb. And it probably tastes exactly like it sounds, right? And they're like, no, I'm gonna eat it. I'm like, fuck it, whatever. Be stupid. Just eat shit, you fucking shit-eating moron. That's, I mean, they're just gonna do it because they're stubborn. Like, whatever. Hmm. CNT, that is demonstrably false. Conspiracy theories are not days away from facts. There are real conspiracies, and real conspiracies tend to get undone fairly quickly and fairly well. Uh, like, for example, the conspiracy to overthrow the uh, democratically elected government of the United States of America after the 2020 election. That was a conspiracy which has been undone. We know now what happened. We know most of the facts around that. And we don't need uh, uh, some of the gaps to be filled in because they're fairly well lit from the other information that we have. Uh, And now that the Republicans have taken over the House, that commission is likely going to go away, which means, we should probably do a look back and see what it is that we know because that is a conspiracy that has been undone um, quite thoroughly at this point. Uh, Opened up and laid bare, and now we pretty much know at least the rough framework, if not the detailed framework, of what went on in the lead up to and execution of that attempted coup. Um, but yeah, most conspiracy aren't days away from being facts. They're they're maybe tangent to some facts. Like you can take a whole set of facts, fact, and draw kind of specious lines between the facts because there's like this person did this thing and this person also shows up over here, so they're obviously related because these people had lunch together or they were in the same restaurant one time, so they're obviously related, except they're not. uh, Jesse Ventura did a whole bunch of that shit where there were all kinds of conspiracies and the whole new world order and blah blah. Like it wasn't a conspiracy, it was a public meeting. We just didn't know about it because like we didn't cover that in high school history because it wasn't a very big deal. Excuse me. Where are we? That's not true at all. We're working on the same wavelength. I'm probably just going to read through this. You saw the short of steak in a. You should never, ever, ever make steak in a toaster. That's a stupid use of toaster and a horrible waste of a steak. It's just dumb. It's absolutely dumb. Um, it's absolutely dumb. And he was showing the original video was 3 different ways to cook a steak, and one of them was using a toaster, and it's just like, why the fuck? Why? You've got a grill. Use the fucking grill. It's just. I don't remember what the other 2 were, but they were stupid. It was just stupid. Just dumb crap. Um, Hope I make the goal long before then. The goal of hours. I hope I do too. But I mean, June, the end of next year, between June and the end of next year is a reasonable time frame for me to hit that 4,000 hours. We're talking 300 hours a month. Um, and I want to do it in a sustainable way. I don't want to like come out and do like 1,000 hours for 3 months or 2,000, 3,000 hours in a single month because that's not replicable. You can't do that again and again. I've got a real job. I mean, it would be cool if I put out a couple of videos and they popped off and got 15,000 views each, and that kind of gets you there, right? If you get, let's see here, 15,000 views times, let's say, 3 minutes is 45,000 minutes divided by 60 minutes. That's only 750 hours. So I'd still need like 5 of those videos times 5. Is that right? Yeah, I'd need like 5 of those videos. 4 or 5 of those videos to hit the 4,000 views mark. I mean, 15,000 views on a video of a 3-minute video or 4-minute video, that'd be cool. That'd be really cool. But see, that's one of those things. I don't know if I could do that every month. And I'd need to do that like every month. Have one video get 15,000 views. The last time I had a short get more than 10,000 views was over a month ago. Most of my shorts get 1,000 or so views, and shorts get fed to you. Not the same way that the regular size videos get fed to you. It's a different ball game. But I'm with you. I would love it if I could get that goal before June. But I think it's more likely that I'll get it in June, between June and December of next year. If I can be fully monetized by the end of next year, I will consider it a successfully achieved goal by the end of next year. And maybe I'll set up some kind of a I don't know, victory dance thing for December for when I hit that 4,000 views mark. We'll do some kind of if I do it by June, we can do a fireworks show in July. But we'll see. How many believe like you that the earth is round? I think it is I think the number is something like 92 to 96% of the entire population of the world. It's something like 6%, maybe as high as 12, but I think it's probably 4 to 6%. I think, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not terribly worried about it. I must learn to weld a what? Piece of steel to a truck frame. I don't know what that means. I get a kick out. You opened a single barrel from Heaven Hill that was aged in Scotland and bottled in Scotland. Interesting. Yeah, I've talked about where it's aged makes a huge difference, and how it's aged and when it's aged and all that stuff. That would be, yeah. We need to sit down and have like a bottle swap one day. You come on down to my shop with a basket full of bottles, or I'll come to your place with a basket full of bottles, and we'll do a bottle swap. That would be fun. Bring the plate, weld on it. Yeah. Repeal ACA. So voter turnout in Georgia was 57.02%. You see, that's fairly well engaged compared to most states. Fairly well engaged, but you see, I believe they said that every registered voter who could be registered was registered in the state of Georgia. Like, they ran out of people to register, which is pretty fucking cool. So 57% means it's 57% of all eligible voters, not just of registered voters. And that's a pretty decent number compared to most states. 57% of all. Because we had like 50% of like 80%. So we really only had about 40% of the electorate. But, not great for the state. It could be better. It could definitely be better. Which is why, again, I advocate voting. Just get out and vote. Throw an early voting party. Have a barbecue. Everybody pile into the car. Go down and vote. Come back. Eat your steaks. Everybody wins. I don't give a shit. I really, 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 really don't care who you vote for. If you bring people to the polls, bring 15 people to the polls, especially if they didn't vote in the last election, because chances are 10 of them are going to vote against the current regime out of 15, because it's about 60% who don't like the current regime. It's about a 60-40 split here in the state of Texas of people who are dissatisfied with the current regime. But when you talk to likely voters, that number goes to 50 to 55% in favor of the current regime, because likely voters are the ones who are going to go vote for them. Just eligible voters? Nobody likes these fucking people. They are highly unpopular among eligible voters. But among likely voters, which is a different demographic, which is why I always tell people, find somebody who didn't vote in the last election, buy them lunch, go early vote, get to the fucking polls, go vote. But you know, there you go. Yeah, C&T, we had a whole war about that. That's it didn't go well for the states, because states' rights is not absolute. So, you know. And no, a child in the womb is not a child. That is demonstrably untrue. That is a philosophical question, not a biological question. And philosophically, a fetus is not a child. A zygote is not a child. A mass of cells is not a child. A child is a child, and they're not the same thing. A fetus and a child is not the same thing. At 3 weeks, at 4 weeks, at 6 weeks, at 8 weeks, at 12 weeks, that's not a child. That is not a child. It is a marble-sized, not even a marble-sized mass of cells. It's not a sentient being. It's not alive. And even more importantly, it's not your decision. It's none of your fucking business. And even more importantly, the ability and right to get an abortion does not, in fact, very rarely involves a viable bunch of cells. More often than not, the most viable group of cells is the one carrying the group of cells that are non-viable, and they have to be removed or complications ensue. Politicians deciding that a woman cannot have bodily autonomy and control of her womb do not ban the practice of having an abortion. It just bans the practice of having a safe abortion. You people, I use this term very specifically, you people use the same fucking argument when it comes to guns. That if you outlaw guns, you're not going to stop people from having guns. You're just going to stop responsible people from having guns. If you outlaw abortion, you're not going to stop abortions. You're just going to stop safe abortions. You use the exact same fucking argument. But for some goddamn inexplicable reason, your brain turns off when you make one argument, but it stays on when you make the other argument. And I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. It is 100%. If me and my wife decide to terminate a pregnancy, it is between me and my wife. None of your fucking business. Unless you're willing to pitch in the money to help feed and raise that child. Unless you're willing to pitch in the money to cover any complications that arise during the birth of that child. Unless you're willing to pitch in the money to support my family should something happen to her during childbirth. We can have a whole list of reasons to not want to have a child. And even though birth control is in use, even though we're being responsible in trying to prevent it, and by the way, birth control is going to come under attack in the next 5 years as well, because Republicans Don't want that to happen. Even though all of that stuff is in place and we do it, doesn't mean it's 100%, and it could still happen. And it's between me and my wife, and none of your fucking business. Shouldn't be. You have no business. Where I put it, when I put it, and how I put it is none of your business. And what happens after the fact is still our business, unless you're willing to be in the business of helping to raise that child. And for what it's worth, you're not invited. So there's that as well. You know, I mean, it's a matter of privacy. But despite the fact that privacy is in the Constitution, certain members of our Supreme Court have decided that privacy isn't in the Constitution. So if privacy is not in the Constitution for what we want to make with our medical decisions, privacy is also not in the Constitution for, you know, lists of people who buy guns. So if this is, Gavin Newsom has already said, if this assault on abortion rights and bodily autonomy rights is going to continue, we'll just use those same fucking arguments to make sure that people who are actually alive and actually walking the streets and actually living and breathing people are made safe. Because you use the same argument, you know, if you, about illegalizing guns and illegalizing abortion, use the exact same argument. So if you're using the same argument there, Gavin Newsom says, you know, maybe we should use the same argument for outlawing it too. No. You reap what you sow. And it's going to be interesting to see over the next few years how that all shakes out, because this was a settled discussion. This was a settled matter of policy in the mid-90s. In the mid-90s, this was settled. It was going to be, for the question of abortion, rare, legal, and safe. Those three things: rare, legal, and safe. And you know, everybody was pretty much on the same page. Abortions are bad, except for in the case of incest and rape. We only want it, you know, we don't want it to happen late in the pregnancy, and we should be fine. But one group of people just couldn't fucking accept that. And one group of people had to keep arguing it, because part of the takeaway from the 2008 report was immigration and minorities, immigrants and minorities, continue to grow their demographic base and continue to vote in the majority, overwhelmingly, I think was the wording in the report, for Democrats. And the takeaway that one party had from that report was, we need more white people. So you may think that the immigration debate is about securing our borders or jobs or whatever. You may think that the abortion debate is about protecting babies, the sanctity of life, or whatever. But it's not. It's about protecting white child birth rates and protecting a demographic shift, preventing a demographic shift from going the other direction. It is a confluence of evangelical and white supremacy talking points. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to like it. But it's true. It is what it is. It's the same argument that they've used in Hungary. It's the same argument that was used in Romania. It was the same argument that's been used again and again and again and again and again in countries that were facing demographic shifts, that we need to protect the sanctity of life, so abortions are going to be outlawed so that our people can have more babies. The right kind of babies, specifically. I'm not making this shit up. I promise you, I'm not making it up. It is not about babies. It's not about the sanctity of life. It never was. It's about demographics. It's about It's about people in white polo shirts and khaki pants carrying IKEA torches, walking around the town square saying, "You will not replace us. Jews will not replace us. You will not replace us." That is what they were saying, and there's a reason they were saying it, because it has nothing to do with the right to life. It has everything to do with a demographic shift. And again, you don't have to believe me. Immigration had nothing to do with jobs. And side effect of reducing immigration, wages have gone up, and inflation has kind of taken off a little bit too. That's one of the upward pressures of inflation. You have fewer people coming into the country. Yeah, it puts an upward pressure on inflation and interest rates. Yup. And not coincidentally, if you reduce abortions and cut access to birth control, birth rates go up too. This is what happened in Romania. And not surprisingly, I think it was 20 years after they legalized abortion or made abortion illegal in Romania, there was a revolution, and Ceausescu got hung by the neck because the people who he forced to be born didn't like him for 100 other reasons than forcing these people to be living in Romania. They didn't like him. He was a terrible leader, and there was enough people in his terribly led country to overthrow him, and they did. And it's not a straight line, just like it wasn't a straight line from abortion being legalized in the early 70s to the drop in crime in the 1990s here in the United States. But that's one of the lines. That's definitely one of the lines. Definitely one of those lines. And again, you don't have to believe me. You can look into it yourself. But it doesn't require your belief for it to be true. That's what's really cool about facts. They don't give a shit if you believe them or not. Real facts, they're cool with it, whether you like it or not. Oh, goodness. According to NPR, turnout among young voters was the second highest for a midterm in the past 30. Yep. Young voters were highly motivated in this midterm election. And one of the motivations for young voters in this midterm election was the ridiculously bad policies from one party. And Mitch McConnell even said it. He even said the quiet part out loud last year before last. Can't remember when they were debating the filibuster. He said, if you get rid of the filibuster, as soon as Republicans are back in power, you can count on. And then he starts whipping off a bunch of like policy agenda points that are extremely unpopular, as if to tell the American people, look, or tell the Democratic senators, look, if you end this thing, we're going to do a bunch of things that are really unpopular because fuck you guys. And it's like, this is the dumbest thing you could say out loud. Like, why would you say that? Why would you say that out loud? But, he's like, yeah, we're going to do these things. What are you going to do about it, bitches? But, hey, that's American politics. Whatever. You get into power and you do things that are unpopular. If that's what you think you can do, you think you can get away with it, and then do it. But, whatever. Clearly, people should. You would think. You would think. As a dude, we don't have to worry about responsibility. Yeah, that's actually pretty true too. As a dude, we don't have to worry about responsibility for our own bodies. We can just do whatever we want. We can impregnate women 30 times a month if that's what we wanted to do. We could be responsible for more than 365 pregnancy. I think the statistic I said is a man is capable of a fertile ejaculation 3 times a day. which would be 1,000 babies a year. To which I said, hold my beer. Give me some Gatorade. Because I got some work to do. Woo! 27% ages 18 to 29 cast a ballot in a midterm election, according to an okay. And see, a lot of the kids who were turning 18 didn't know, at least here in the state of Texas, did not know that they were eligible to vote in the election because you had to be registered 30 days before. And if you turned 18 before the election, you could register 30 days before the election, but only if you knew you could do that. Because we don't have same day registration and voting here in the state of Texas. God forbid, that would be far too convenient. Mm-hmm. Allowing people allowed to vote and cast a ballot. We might agree with this for different, possibly opposing reasons, but I do believe children are fairly, if not very smart. Lack of experience is another matter. See, I think children, like little bitty kids, like under 10 years old, I think they're very curious, but they're not smart. They lack knowledge. They lack knowledge. They lack the ability. They don't lack the ability to think. They just lack knowledge. They don't know things because they haven't found them out. They're ignorant. That's it. It's not that they're not smart. It's just that they're ignorant. And there's some kids that aren't smart. They're just dumb, but they're very curious. They're just ignorant. That's why they have schools. It is 10:58 and chat is, I'm getting close. I'm only 20 minutes behind. If you're a man and you support abortion, you're a cuck, or you just don't want to be responsible for getting a woman pregnant. If you're a grown man using the word cuck to describe other men, you need to watch less porn. So there you go. Amendment 9 and Amendment 10, also 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and I believe 27 all have something to say about rights. Not all of them, but definitely 13 and 14. 12 has to do with senators. No, yeah, 12 means we have the right to elect senators, if I'm not mistaken. But definitely 1 through 8. 13, 14, 19 was the women's suffrage. Which one was the 18 years? Wasn't that 17, I think, was 18? Or maybe that's a succession. I can't remember. There's several. Yeah, several. You want to find abortion rights in the Constitution? Okay. This is easy, CT. It's the right to privacy, Constitution. The right to privacy in the Constitution. In Gilbert versus Minnesota, 1920, Justice Louis D. Brandeis nonetheless stated that the First Amendment protected the privacy of the home. And that's just the first result in a Google search. This is not complicated. That's easy. And if you want to keep going, there's the right to security of your papers, the right to your to deny quarter to troops, the no quartering of troops clause. I mean, that's a right to privacy in your own house. The no warrantless searches. That's a right to privacy in your own house. Keep and bear arms. That is a right to privacy in your own house. The government can't, or at least the right to property in your own house. There's That's just four. I mean, that was just four right off the top of my head. I mean, I can keep reading and give you more, but that's just simple right off the top of my head in a simple Google search. There's a whole lot more as far as privacy rights within the Constitution, where it's not explicit, but it's definitely implicit. And without the right to privacy, then you also do not have a right to marry whomever you want to marry. You don't have a right to have sex however that you want to have sex, because sodomy is now illegal, and sodomy is any sex that doesn't involve the procreation, including anal, but also oral, or even vaginal sex without vaginal sex with a condom or birth control. That would also be um, you'd have no explicit right or implicit right to that kind of privacy. The right to have your medical records sealed and private, that would no longer be a right that you possess, which means that employers could make hiring decisions based on your medical history, um, or the government could look at your uh, search history on your computer without you knowing it and without a warrant, because the search history is not private, it's public. It's held in databases that are not yours, not controlled by you. Um, what other things is implicit and explicit with privacy? So if you're driving on a public road in your private car, the an officer could pull you over and search your car without any suspicion whatsoever, not even in the course of an investigation. Just be curious, see something through the window, and arrest you because he saw it through. Or they could see something in your house. They come knock on your door. You open the door. You say, "Hi, officer. How you doing?" They could look over your shoulder and go, "Is that?" And then now you're under arrest. And right now they can't do that. If they see something without a warrant, or just in the course of talking to you, no, they can't do anything about that. That's your right to privacy, which is in the Constitution. Implicit and in some ways very explicit. Um, but hey, crossing state lines to go have a medical procedure, you could be prevented from doing that because the state government has a vested interest in whether or not you cross state lines to have a medical procedure. We don't like those medical procedures. You're not allowed to cross state lines. You have to stay here. That is your right to privacy. Search, seizure, their decision of whether or not you can do that. That is a right to privacy. And you can't have a free society without a right to privacy. If everything you say and do is public all the time and you're not allowed to maintain an expectation of privacy in your own home, then I don't think you can have a free society. I think that is one of the foundational pillars upon which a free society is established. One of the reasons I'm not a real big fan of WikiLeaks, because they're like, no, there's no such thing as a secret. Bullshit. Your private life is your private life. That's none of your fucking business. Y'all don't get to put all that shit out there. None of your damn business. But that's also a philosophical difference there too, because we do put most of our private life online in Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and TikTok and all the places. But those are things that we put online and choose to make public. It would be entirely different if, I'm minding my own business in my house, and ADT decides they want to start a Twitch stream using my security camera in my living room. That's entirely different than me deciding I want to start a Twitch stream using the security camera in my living room. Entirely different. If ADT does it, they can get the shit suit out of them. If I do it, I'm just an oversharing ding dong. You know, the power of the government to control firearms in the Constitution, that would be found in the part of the Second Amendment that nobody ever reads. A well-regulated militia. Also, the Interstate Commerce Clause. Also, the uh, part of the preamble where it says, in order to uh, uh, secure the benefits of liberties to our posterity. We establish this government. Da 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 da. There's a lot of places where it can be explicitly or implicitly noted that government maintains the right to for example, a well-regulated militia, or equal protection under the law, or for that matter, several places. But you know, if people want to take the position that governments can't control it, then you can simply say that private citizens who've been aggrieved by somebody, or who feel that they have been aggrieved by somebody with a firearm, can sue them for $10,000. Because that's what they did with abortion here in Texas. If you feel you don't, if you feel if you feel you've been aggrieved by somebody having an abortion, you can sue them. You personally can sue the person the Uber driver who takes somebody to an abortion clinic in the state of Texas. You personally can sue American Airlines for flying somebody from Texas to California. You personally can sue the person that drove that woman to the airport. You personally can sue the person who um, who who paid for the abortion. If that person is here in the state of Texas, you can sue all those people for $10,000. Where in the Constitution does it say you can sue somebody for having an abortion? It doesn't. It doesn't. But it also doesn't say you can't. It says, in fact, rights not explicitly granted to the states or the federal government are retained by the citizens of the states. So if the government can't do it, I can do it. And if the government can't regulate firearms, I can, because they're not granted to the state. So I can do it. So if you sell a gun to a guy who holds up the gas station down here at the corner of my neighborhood and affects my ability to use that gas station because you sold a gun to a guy who held up that gas station, I can sue you. I should be able to sue you. Why not? If I can sue the person who drives some random person to an abortion clinic for $10,000, I certainly should be able to sue somebody who sold a gun to a guy who held up the gas station. Oh, but that guy had nothing to do with it. Well, yeah, so the Uber driver didn't have anything to do with the abortion either. So, who gives a fuck, right? It's just a lawless, chaotic society. The person with the most guns and the biggest lawyers wins. Let's just do it that way. I mean, fuck civilization, fuck civil society. Who cares? Right? Right. Of course. Who cares? Um, It's absurd that you can't own your own tactical nuke. Yeah, I know, right? It's absolutely absurd. We should be able to all have tactical nukes, and toddlers should be able to have machine guns. Toddlers should be able to have guns. Blind people should be able to have gun licenses, and I should be able to have a tactical nuke. After all, I'm not a bad guy with a gun. I'm a good guy with a gun. I should be able to have a gun and do whatever I want with it because I'm a good guy with a gun. Because, there's absolutely nothing that could happen that could change me from being a good guy to a bad guy. Like, there's absolutely no conceivable thing that could make a perfectly normal person snap. And yet, all that said, nobody ever accepts my offer for a duel. Because, in the right hands, guns are perfectly safe, right? So there shouldn't be any problem standing 40 paces away from somebody pointing a gun at your face if that person's a good guy with a gun, right? There shouldn't be any problem with it. Especially if you have like a hammer or a cheeseburger or a knife, any of the things that are just as deadly or more deadly than guns. Yeah, it seems perfectly reasonable, right? It seems perfectly reasonable, you know. At least I think it's perfectly reasonable. Um, yeah, seems like it. But what do I know? uh, let's keep scrolling. Where are we at? 11:02. What time is it? Oh shit! I keep falling behind. I make up some ground and then I lose ground, and then I make up ground and I lose some ground. Um, if we all had nukes, a good nuke would protect us. Yeah, see, the only thing stopping a bad guy with a nuke is a good guy with a nuke. Because there's literally nothing that can turn a good guy with a nuke into a bad guy with a nuke. You're either born good or you're born bad. And everybody, the only way to know the difference is by giving everybody nukes. And then you know who the bad guy with nukes are, because the bad guys with nukes are the ones that use them. Right? I think that's how it works. And then, to stop them from doing it, you nuke them back. That's how it works. I think that's how it works. 99.187% of the time literally gets wrong answers only. What? I missed the first half of that question. But it's all right. Don't worry about it. You don't have to catch me up. Ever read a paper on how nuclear fission warhead can go to nuclear fission warhead actually goes nuclear explosion? Not all politicians are good, folks. That is 100% true. In fact, I dare say most politicians are probably sociopaths. There's very few politicians that aren't sociopaths. And that's not I'm not making a value statement on that. I'm just stating it as like an empirical fact. Like, in order to get into that type of work, on some level you have to be a little bit sociopathic in order to get into that kind of work. And that's not making a value statement. That's like saying, most engineers, or a significant number of engineers, are autistic on some level, or 88, or whatever, that artists are left-handed, or I don't know if engineers are autistic. I don't know. It's just throwing out a word there. Or that figure skaters are gay. It's not making a value judgment, a value statement. It's just saying that, empirically speaking, again, I don't think all figure skaters are gay. There's probably one or two, but it's not making a value judgment. It's just making a basic, like, population description, that in that line of work you kind of have to be, I think, a little bit of a sociopath. You have to be a little bit unconcerned about what people think of you, which is a sociopathic tendency. To be unconcerned about what people think of you is sociopathic on a baseline level. But as long as you don't deprive anyone else of life, liberty, or property, then the government should have no. Well, okay. So if you take control of a piece of land, you're literally depriving somebody else of that property. So the government has to get involved in order to say, this is your property and that's their property, and write up deeds of ownership of the property. Right? And somebody has to get involved in order to confirm that your property is your property. If you build a house on that land, if you own a house, then somebody has to say, well, this house is owned by this person, and have a certified deed registered with the property office, so that property doesn't get sold to somebody else while you're still living in it, because the actual act of owning a piece of real property is depriving somebody else of that piece of real property. There's only so much land. The only thing that they're not creating more of is, in fact, property. So if you take control of a piece of property, then there has to be authority above which or beyond yourself to determine that property, the size, the scale, the layout of that property, of who owns it, and it has to be kept in a centralized location. And then if you do stuff on your property, then like you can't be, well, let's say, you know, you're running a business, let's say, in theory, of tanning hides, you're running a tannery, or you have underneath your property mineral resources and you're mining those mineral resources out, and you're, you know, processing those resources, and you have the valuable part over here and the non-valuable part over there. So you just take that non-valuable part and shove it back down into the hole. But when you're in the process of shoving it down in the hole, then you make the ground unstable, and it affects the value of properties around you. Then somebody, like you said, if you're not depriving anybody else, but somebody has to make that determination. Like, they can't just come to you and say, look, you're hurting our property. You can say, well, that doesn't affect the value of your property at all. Then they would have to go to that higher authority that has certified all the property deeds and land and say, higher authority, this guy's doing a thing that's damaging our property. I mean, you can disagree, but somebody has to settle that disagreement. You see that the idea, that libertarian idea, as long as I'm minding my own business, see, but you're not minding your own business. Like, part of living in a society is that your business interacts with everyone else's business, and it affects each other. Like, you know, you can cut down all the trees on your property, and that creates landslides. That could potentially create landslides. So then soil is moving from your land to somebody else's land. Well, you're not depriving them of property, but you're actually giving them new property. But they're now depriving you of property because of your actions. So now, you see, anytime you have interactions between more than one human being, it gets complicated really quickly, potentially. And even if you don't think you're depriving people of property, you're depriving people, you know, your actions literally stop other people from taking those same actions because you're already there. You know, if I walk into a doorway and stop, nobody else can walk into that doorway. I mean, that's kind of the idea. And if you live in a society, you choose to limit, like, freely, by choice, limit some of your behavior so that you can accommodate the existence of other people. Like, one of my kids a few days ago went out in my backyard at 10 o'clock and started singing at the top of his lungs while he was practicing some stuff for school. It's like 10, 15 or so, just yelling in the backyard. Can't fucking do that. Not in the suburbs, because you're disturbing literally everyone around you. You're not depriving them of liberty or property. You're just disturbing their peace. And you can't do that. They are well within their rights to say, dude, shut up. Cut it out. Turn it down. This is dumb nonsense. Stop it. Oh, it's depriving him of his freedom of speech. But it's not depriving him of his freedom of speech. It's limiting his behavior in order to accommodate his neighbors and make this a pleasant place to live. Because we all agreed to do it, because we all signed the deed agreements. Deed agreements which were certified by the county government and state government, et cetera, et cetera. Any hoodles. Mike is a Gen Xer. You're a boomer, Vanessa? Oh yeah, I guess so. You told me that. You were I think you said you're in your, I won't say it out loud. Maintenance to keep those working. Oh, I guess the tactical nukes. Gen X here, 65 to 80. I actually think it goes a little further than 1980, like 85, 65 to 85. I think it's a relatively fat generation, but I'll take 65 to 80. See, my little brother is 83, so he's like right on the edge. He's a late Xer, early I guess early Y, early millennial. But he's an early Y, late X. He's right on that edge because he had Gen X siblings and Boomer parents, so he's as much a Gen Xer as I am, but he's also as much a Gen Y as I am. So and I'm 1975. I'm old. I'm an old sumbitch. Um, Work harder and pull yourself up by the bootstraps to afford it. Here's a fun game. Name a problem the government has fixed. Oh, I can name several. Um, or they've at least maybe not fixed, but at least addressed. I mean, we can go with segregation in the army. That's a start. They fixed that. They solved that. The army is desegregated. We can go with uh, lack of health insurance for elderly individuals with Medicare. Prior to Medicare, elderly individuals, people who were above 65 years old, could not get health insurance and could not get adequate medical care because private insurers would not insure them because they require a lot of medical care. So Medicare comes along and says, okay, everybody's going to pay into this insurance system, and people who are over 65 will be eligible for it. There you go. Literally solved the problem. Social Security solved the problem, or at least addressed the problem of elder poverty for many, many years until we fucked up the system in the 80s. The Civilian Conservation Corps solved the problem of mass unemployment in the 1930s. Literally solved the problem of mass unemployment, and as a byproduct, also solved the problem of lack of labor to build out our national park system. It solved the problem of not being able to go to the moon. It solved the problem of fascist dictatorship in Europe uh, attacking and conquering neighboring states. It solved the problem of runaway inflation in the late 1970s. It solved the problem of not having a secure way to transfer documents between universities in the event of, and to preserve information in the event of a nuclear war. It solved the problem of polio. It solved the problem of malaria. It solved the problem of smallpox. It solved the problem of a lack of settlements and populations west of the Mississippi. I mean, I could go on. Do you want me to keep going, or should I probably? I should probably stop now. Yeah, I should probably stop. Yeah, but there's a lot. The lie that we've been told for the past 40 years is that Ronald Reagan stood on a stage and said, the problem is what do you say? In this present day, the problem isn't the present day, the problem is, I think he said, in this present day, the problem is the government. But the lie that we've been told is that he said the problem is the government. You see the difference in those two statements? In this present day, the problem is the government, and the problem is the government. Because you see, what he was saying was in this present day. And in this present day was that particular time in the early 1980s when the government was indeed the problem and the government had to be the solution because that's what they were. They ended up being the solution as well to the same problem. It's just they had to change the government's behavior. Also, food safety. That's another one. The problem with the lack thereof of food safety. The Food and Drug Administration was literally invented to ensure that we had food safety. Acid rain, the ozone hole, um, significant industrial pollution throughout the 1960s and 70s was literally solved by the federal government and the EPA. Literally solved it. Now, that's not to say that there's not still pollution being generated and contaminating our rivers and rivers and soil and natural spaces, but instead of having no mechanism to address it, we have a mechanism to address it. There's a whole bunch. That's not to say that they haven't caused problems too, because they have absolutely caused the problems, several problems. I mean, permitting those very companies to operate and function and dump their pollution into rivers and byways and field. I mean, that was 100% giving the government giving companies the right to operate and not the responsibility to operate responsibly. I mean, but that's also on us because we're perfectly happy to pay for electricity that does not include a cost to clean up the mess caused by the electricity that, or the generation of the electricity that we prefer to use cheaply. We are very happy to buy cheap produce, but not pay the people to pick the produce for us. We are very happy to have cheap meat, but not so keen on paying people to produce that meat and give it to us cheaply. We are very much a part of the problem, but you can't really blame the consumers because, well, I mean, you can blame the consumers, but we're behaving the way we're supposed to behave. You can absolutely 100% blame the companies and the government that gives the companies the authority to operate because the companies are perfectly fine to dump their garbage, and the government wouldn't, theoretically want them to clean it up. But then the company's like, hey, why don't we pay you an extra $5 million for you just to shut the fuck up? And the politicians are all about shutting the fuck up because they're all about $5 million. And that's the reality of the world we live in. I mean, um, we had Superfund cleanup sites here in Harris County from a paper company that was also owned by the Koch brothers at one point. And it created a cancer supercluster. But we liked our cheap paper. We didn't want them to clean it up. Because if they had to clean it up, then they were going to go bankrupt. And they did. They went bankrupt and they sold. And then the next company went bankrupt and sold and kept going bankrupt because they had to clean this shit up. So eventually the federal government had to clean it up. It's a super fun toxic site down here on the San Jacinto River. Every time the San Jacinto River floods, toxic heavy elements went downriver and got in the drinking water. And there's a cancer cluster downstream of us on the San Jacinto River. And the feds have had to come in and clean that place up. But who pays those medical bills? It's not the paper company that was owned by Koch Industries, not Coca-Cola. It's not that paper company. They're not going to pay the cancer bills, the medical bills of the people who got cancer. Fuck those people. It's not their fault that they got cancer. They got cancer because God hates them. The paper company, I mean, they make paper. They don't make cancer. What are you, crazy? Why would they going to have the paper company doesn't have billions of dollars to clean up their mess that they've created over the course of 5 decades? That's somebody else's problem. Whose problem is that? Well, I don't know. Someone's, maybe no one. I mean, if we wait a few more years, is all of the cancer in that neighborhood going to be much of a problem? Give it another 10 years. Is it really gonna be much of a problem if we wait another 10, 15 years? It's like all the first responders for the 9/11 attacks. If they wait 5 more years before addressing their medical needs, or 10 more years before addressing their medical needs, will take care of themselves. It'll be fine. We're overreacting. Anyway, I'm salty sometimes. But I mean, you gotta be sorry. See, that's my Gen X coping methodology. It's fuck it, the whole world's fucked up. What are we gonna do? That's how we've been all of our lives, because like literally, our votes have never mattered. Our voices have never mattered. We've been in the shadow of the boomer generation all of our fucking life. Waiting for these fucking kids to grow up so that we finally have somebody to help make policies and listen to us, while they're all holding their signs and hitting their bongos and occupying Wall Street and all the shit. We're over there, 10 years away from retirement, drinking our coffee, going, all right, kids, about goddamn time. We're with you, but, I don't want to give up our vested 401ks just yet at this point. We worked all our life for this. Hmm. All right, let's try and catch this up. Where are we at? 11:06. Holy fucking shit! Am I really? Oh Christ Almighty! I am an hour behind. Oh fuck me! All right, Let's get moving. DOD. How many times have we prevent fraud to in one's career at the DOD? How many times have one helped prevent fraud and abuse? Here's the thing about inflation. Inflation is not necessarily a bad thing. Like, we grew up all our lives in a low inflation environment, right? But what inflation did was made it cheaper to borrow money. Now, interest rates were high, so the cost associated with the interest on the money was high. But when the interest rates came down, like, the monthly cost to borrow that money came down, right? But if you borrow $10,000 today and inflation is at 3 to 5%, when you pay that money back in 5 years, you borrowed this much money, but you're making this much money. So you're paying the money back. You borrowed it in $2020, you're paying it back in $2040. So you're making more money. The value of the dollar, the same 10 grand here, is smaller because you're making more money in the future, so it's easier to pay the debt back. Inflation is not a bad thing when you borrow money and you're in debt. But if you go into debt and inflation stays low, then you borrowed money in $2010 and you're paying it back 20 years from now in $2010 because you haven't made any more money. You're still making, your income goes up 2% a year, inflation goes up 2% a year. You're still you haven't made your income hasn't inflated to the point where the debt is a smaller percent of your income. It's still a significant percent of your income. And that was what was one of the solutions to debt back in the 70s. Was inflation helped to solve the debt problem. But one of the things that we were facing in the early 80s was this exploding this exploding retirement population from the impending retirement of all the boomers that were coming along, because they were remarkably healthy, and they were, looking at the next 15 years and seeing this demographic crush of people. So that We got to lower the interest rate because the cost of living adjustments with inflation, uh, the growth of the debt service that we're going to have as we continue to go into debt to continue to pay these things. Um, like all these things were related. So they need, and Medicare, Medicaid, all this stuff, they were all related to inflation, interest, and the growing number of people was going to make it very hard to handle all this stuff. So they had to like juggle the stuff around. So that put us into a low inflation environment. A low inflation, a low interest rate environment made it extremely hard to pay debt back down the road. So we fell into this. It wasn't quite a deflationary loop, but it was this like stability loop, and our buying habits, our behavior as a people didn't change. And in fact, it was encouraged to borrow money because borrowing money helped expand the economy. Inflation is not necessarily a bad thing. 10% inflation sucks, but 4% inflation, not necessarily 2% may not be enough. 4% may be better. It helps solve a lot of the debt problems that we're facing right now, like the personal debt problems that we're facing right now. It doesn't solve the government debt problems because government debt at 4% sucks. They got to pay debt service on all that shit. Government's perfectly fine with having negative interest rates. They'd rather have negative interest rates because then it literally doesn't cost them any money to borrow. They get paid money to borrow. People pay the federal government with negative interest rates. They pay the federal government in order to loan the federal government money. It's insane. It's absolutely crazy. And they had negative interest rates in Europe for like 5 years after the 2008 crash. Mind boggling. Like people in Germany were paying the German government for the privilege of owning German bonds. Duh, just mind boggling. But yeah, inflation's not necessarily a bad thing. Like the reasons behind the inflation, like we got issues. Um, and this is one of those things that happens when you take manufacturing from overseas. That's part of what supported our low inflation, low interest rate environment. Moving jobs overseas to keep the inputs low, and the inputs low and inputs low. You take it from an American factory and you move it to a foreign factory where you're paying people half as much, keep the inputs low. You're not making any more money, but stuff at Walmart isn't getting any more expensive. So you didn't notice, you didn't care, you were fine with that. But then you start moving the jobs back here because the factories in China aren't working. Well, now you have a shortage of labor because you've also at the same time closed the borders to new immigrants. So you got 3% unemployment. You got new factories opening up in the United States because the factories in China have closed down and they can't operate because of the pandemic, which you let get out of control. At least here in the States, you don't have any control over China. But there was a team. Anyway, that's another discussion. But you bring these jobs back to the United States, instead of making $7 a week, they're making $15, $20, $60, $70 an hour, depending on the factories. Like, of course, the cost for the inputs is going to go up. And not all these jobs are going to be here because some of them are going to be automated. But what do you expect? That's what do you expect? So obviously, there's going to be some price inflation. But then on top of that, not just are the inputs going up, but the profit margins are going up because companies are taking advantage of the inflationary cycle. It's a huge clusterfuck. It's a huge clusterfuck. I mean, what the fuck did you expect would happen? You want to bring jobs back to the United States. Well, okay, who's going to work the jobs? We already had 4% unemployment. Who's going to work the jobs? 3% unemployment. Who's going to do it? Oh, you got to bring in people from overseas, from outside the country, and bring them in. Oh, we don't want to bring people in from outside the country. They're brown and they speak funny languages. Oh, well, then guess what? You're fucked. you gotta choose one lever to pull. You gotta let something happen. You can't stop them all from happening if you expect the car to go. You gotta pull something and push something somewhere else. What do you expect? But what do I know? Um, as a millennial, I certainly remember when I remember it too. It was an amazing, I remember making the argument to my dad that we need to get AOL because AOL would give us access to all of the information at the same time. I could I could use that information for book reports. I think I was in middle school. Like it would be like having access to all the libraries at the same time. And my dad's like, I don't understand why that's a thing. And as soon as we got it, I found the porn. It took me like hours to find the porn because I was like 13. And of course, you find the porn. AOL, you had to get a compact disc, a CD in the mail in order to have the internet on your computer. The wild time we used to live in, man. You get a CD in the mail. It'll give you 100 hours of internet or whatever. It's craziness. Absolute craziness. Anyway, what a when the push two-wheel scooter came back from market, um, 65 million Gen X or Gen X is one health insurance. The reception costs. Uh, 2.4 billion of the world's population. Wow, that's a lot. Uh, minority president that called for change, but no one asked what that change was. Oh, yeah, when Obama said hope and change. Um, yeah, yeah, I had a lot of criticisms about the messaging back then. There was, it seemed to me that there was a dispute within the party of who got who elected. Um, they acted like it was the Congress that got the president elected, uh, when I think in reality it was the uniquely charismatic president that brought a giant wave of congressional Dems in at the same time. I don't think it was the congressional Dems that brought. I don't think the president benefited from the wave of congressional elections. I think the wave of congressional elections benefited from this uniquely charismatic and historical individual being elected to that office, and they got it backwards. Uh, Congressional leadership had it in their mind that they had helped elect this empty suit to the office, when it turns out that empty suit was a very adept and very astute politician, and when they get wiped out 2 years later, it was 100% uh, on the heads of the very, very, very badly run Congress that was doing a very, very, very bad job of listening to their constituents who were like, we want health insurance. And they're like, well, we got to figure out how to do health insurance. And they're like, fuck you. You've got a 2/3 majority. Do the thing that you said you would do, that we elected you to do. And they were like, oh, I don't know how to fucking do it. We need to get Olympia Dukakis to blah, 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 or whoever the fuck it was, Lisa Murkowski or whoever, the one Republican they wanted to get to vote with them. Oh, they still should have done a public option, but they didn't do that. It was just such a fucking clusterfuck. The ironic thing is, with the Dems they have now, they could probably have done it, but it's the law of the land, so it's fine. It works out. They just need to tweak it and make it better. Um, and they can do it. They can tweak it and make it better. They just not with a Republican Congress though. And see, that's the thing. With There's only one party that's going to solve this problem. The other party doesn't think it is a problem and it needs to go away. Because one party said, hey, we should have people who have health insurance so that they don't die. And then the other party saying, well, is dying so bad? It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, why are we even having this conversation? How is this a possibility? And that's kind of how the debate went. Like, well, we need people to get health insurance so they don't die. And then, Rand Paul or Ron Paul is up there on stage then being asked if what happens if people don't have insurance and can't afford the medical bills, and he's just like, I guess they die. Like, and then they run around with all the lies about death panels and all the other shit. But all right, keep on going. Let's go. I'm gonna catch this up. I am. It's 11. It's 104. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm never gonna catch this up. I'm 2 hours behind. Is it really 104? Oh, Christ. All right. 10K in 14 months. And see, that's the other thing that just doesn't fucking make sense. We are willing to pay $400 a month on average, $400 a month for medical insurance that we don't use. And God forbid we actually have to use it, because then it's another $5,000 or $10,000 on, could be as low as 500. But if you actually need it, you need like a knee or not a knee replacement, knee surgery or hip surgery or shoulder or heart surgery or something, just a minor medical procedure. If you just get sick, it's only a couple $100 out of pocket. But if you get really sick, you break an arm, break a foot, break a leg, it's another like 1,000 to 5,000, maybe $10,000. If you get really sick and you have cancer treatments or open heart surgery, holy shit, some kind of surgery, $10,000, $12,000. And that's on an average salary of $50,000, $60,000. And we don't want to pay an extra 2% in taxes to cover this shit. You're already paying 12% of your income, 25% in some cases. If you get sick and actually have to use medical services, you want to pay 2% in taxes? I mean, come on. Jesus Christ. This is cuckoo bird crazy to get insurance. And you know how many insurance companies fail? Zero. This is not expensive. This is not a net money loser for the federal government. This is a net money loser for private health insurance that would not be needed anymore. But if they provide a really good service and they're truly valuable, they would continue to exist even if the federal government is doing it, because obviously the federal government is terrible at everything. So if the federal government's so bad at insurance, well, obviously there would still be a market for private insurance, and private insurance could easily compete against a public option. Easily, because they're so good at what they do, and they don't deny people health care left and right just because of capricious and cruel standards of ticky-tacky details. No, certainly they'll be able to continue existing and making ridiculous profits just like they do now. It'd be easy. Bacon says you're ridiculously strong. Me? I'm hard-headed. uh, should be deemed the pull my finger party. I like the pull my finger party. That sounds like a great plan. 538 had the house a lot closer and made fun of us. Spectrum News 1. Pure New York in the 22 elections they did in the prior midterm. Steepest declines in voting were in the New York City boroughs. 5.7 million votes were cast in 2022 election. According to the unofficial numbers, it dropped more than 524,000 votes from. Interesting. This is demonstrably false. If you're going to cut government, though, you should probably start with one of those aircraft carrier groups and then carry on from there. Because that is the single largest payout of discretionary money in our entire government budget. And, just cutting our budget by 10% would literally pay for health insurance for every single man, woman, and child in this country without taking money in from taxes. But that's just math. That's just math. Controls many of the toll roads. Most of the toll roads in the country are managed by states at the local level. But the administration of the toll roads is handled by generally a private company. At least here in the state of Texas, there used to be like in Harris County, for example, there used to be a county agency, the Harris County Toll Road Authority, which managed and ran the toll roads, but they've since privatized the management of the toll roads to a private company. So, yeah, that's a thing. This is like a Spanish company is like the largest toll road management company in the world, and they manage several of our toll roads here in the state of Texas. Cut taxes on things people care about. Usually, they'll volunteer to put in some difference to make up for it. That's true to an extent, and here's the problem with that. Bacon says with this statement, if you cut taxes, if you cut the services to people, to things that people care about, which is what I think you mean, like you cut tax dollars, you reduce tax dollars that go to services. People will volunteer to put in the sum difference. So if you cut money from the budget that is going to a popular program like Meals on Wheels, then people in the community will step up and donate money back to Meals on Wheels, voluntarily taxing themselves to donate money to Meals on Wheels so that the difference will be made up. But see, the problem is that I'll use the state of Texas as an example. We have the city of Houston, which has a tremendous amount of resources in the city of Houston. It's the third or fourth largest city in the entire country, the largest city in the state of Texas. You've got Houston, which has plenty of resources, and if the state of Texas cuts funding to a program like Meals on Wheels in the city of Houston will get refunded like that. They'll send out their mailer list to their donor base and get refunded. Bam. In a city like Midland, Odessa, well, that's a bad example. In a city like Lufkin, here in the state of Texas, Lufkin has 15,000 people in it. It is not close to a major urban center. It is about 2 hours north of Houston, about halfway between Houston and Longview, which is about an hour east of Dallas. Hell, Longview, for that matter, is an hour east of Dallas. That's another city that's about 50,000 people. Texarkana is a large city, or it's a small city on the border of Texas and Arkansas. Beaumont, a smaller city than the city of Houston, but not an inconsequential city. The resources, what I'm saying is the resources in the city are uneven. And a town like Lufkin doesn't necessarily have the resources to fill in the gap that is resulted from the funding cuts from the state for Meals on Wheels. And then what they need to do then is take resources from the other places to fill in those gaps, because the community of Lufkin can't do it on their own. We saw that with Hurricane Harvey that came and hit Corpus Christi. Rockport and Corpus Christi came back around and flooded Houston. Houston had the resources, J.J. Watt and football players and celebrities and coming to saving Houston, and Save Houston and Houston, Houston, Houston. Meanwhile, Rockport's down there with tarps on houses that survived and houses that got literally blown away and washed away because they got hit by a literal hurricane. They're down there just getting fucked because all the resources were coming to Houston. There was another one that hit just shortly after that, another storm that hit shortly after that over in Beaumont. Beaumont was decimated. They got just inundated with water. Nobody gave a shit because it's Beaumont. It's not a small town, but it's a small city. Uh, Between 50 and 100,000 people, I think. It's a relatively small town. Or it's a relatively large city, but it's a relatively small city compared to the surrounding cities around it. Um, it used to be considered a big city in the state of Texas before Houston became a big city. Dallas and San Antonio became big cities. It may have 150,000 people in that city. But that's the problem. And we saw that when in 98 and '08 and all the once in a lifetime events that have happened over the course of that when services get cut, the the communities can replace those services, but they're unevenly replaced. Or when PBS gets cut, or the National Endowment for the Arts gets cut, like cities like Houston, we can fill in that gap. Boom, Seattle, they can fill in the gap. Places like that, but small places like Bastrop here in Texas, Bastrop or Galveston or Rockport or Porto Lavaca, these small towns that nobody's ever heard of, replacing those resources is hard to do because not all communities have the same amount of disposable resources. And that's the function of the state government. That's the function of the state government. That's the function of the federal government with education funds, for example, because if it's the uneven level of education between a rich state like New York or California and a poor state like North Dakota or South Dakota, the function would be a portion of those tax dollars goes to the federal government, and then the federal government turns around with a block grant and sends it back to some of these poor states to kind of even the playing field. Just because you grow up in South Dakota doesn't mean you should be doomed to a life of ignorance and ass backwardsry. You should have the same educational opportunities as a child in New York State or Tennessee or Missouri or Texas or California or Washington or Oregon. You should have the same baseline education opportunities across the entire country. We should not be that. I mean, that's how you live in a civilization. That's how you live in a society as people. That's how we as Americans lift up other Americans. We don't look at other states and go, you know what? Fuck you, Alabama. All your kids can just be stupid. We don't do that. We say, yeah, we want to educate Alabama kids too. We want to have Alabama kids have just the same opportunity of education as Mississippi kids, as New Mexico kids, as Texas kids, as Oklahoma. Well, maybe not Oklahoma kids. No, I'm kidding. Oklahoma kids, Arkansas, like all of them should have the same baseline education. And maybe Meals on Wheels isn't the same level of necessity as something like baseline education, but I mean it's the same principle that that not all communities have all the same resources, and that's the role of a centralized government, is to fill in those gaps for those resources instead of just sitting back and relying on the charity of others. Because if you're just going to sit back and rely on the charity of others, what's your purpose for being? Why? I mean, you're not a society. You're not a civil society that lives together. You're a group of settlements that's being supported by philanthropic rich people. I mean, companies like Meals on Wheels get 80% of their funding from 20% of their donors. If they have, 2,000 donors, then Meals on Wheels is being supported by what? What is that? 400 people out of the whole state? You're not in a civil society at that point. You're just in a pocket of people, and most people don't give a shit about your stupid little program because the old people getting the shut-ins being serviced by Meals on Wheels, they don't see them. They don't care about them. It's not their problem. I mean, we like to think that we're a very charitable people, but I don't think we really are. I mean, we like to think we see the news reports and we like to feel good about ourselves, but the fact that those news reports exist is kind of a failure of our infrastructures. Like, it's so heartwarming that this little girl who had to walk 5 miles both ways to her school and to her work, and she took care of her aging grandma who needed medical bills. So this little girl decided to take all of her stuff and go sell it, and some rich guy saw that she was selling the stuff, so he gave her $5,000 for her dolls. Like, that's not a good story. That's a shitty story. That she had to go sell her dolls at well above market price to get her rich grand or her sick granny some meds. The community comes together to support a family with a GoFundMe page because they needed to cover medical or funeral costs or medical costs or education costs or whatever. The community shouldn't have to do that. Like, it's heartwarming and stuff that the community does it, but they shouldn't have to. That's not a heartwarming story. That's a failure of our basic civil infrastructure. And yeah, it makes you feel good, gives you faith in humanity, and blah 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 blah. But faith in humanity is that story doesn't happen in the first place. Faith in humanity is that we did the things that we needed to do before that. We didn't just sit back and say, "Fuck it, why should I be required to pay for your medical bills with my tax dollars?" Well, so that like everybody else doesn't have to pay for it with a GoFundMe. That's the whole point. Like, everybody pitches in a penny, a fifth of a penny in their tax dollars to make sure that nobody suffers medical debt and loses their job and considers chewing on the end of a gun because they're worth more dead than alive. And they'll never work again because their leg just doesn't work the way it used to because they couldn't get the medical care they needed because they lost their job because they broke their leg. So, like, well, fuck it. I have life insurance. My health insurance failed me, but at least I have life insurance. And that's a real thing that people go through every fucking day. But, we don't want to spend a fifth of a penny on our taxes to make sure that everybody has insulin. Because, the alternative is fuck it, let them die. I'm not depriving people of life, liberty, or justice or property. Anyway, I'm tired. 1:30. I'm 2 hours behind on chat. Jesus Christ, we're gonna catch this shit up. Once it was paid for, it was dismantled. That seems dumb. I know Atlanta did that with like the old Brave Stadium, whatever that was called, Turner Field. They tore down. I think they tore down Turner Field. I can't remember. They used it for the Olympics. It's bananas talking. um, I will open up a show right now and shoot the shit with anyone who can discuss the finer points of government. How is deregulation of electric companies going across the country? Yeah, it's hit or miss. Um, but doesn't Texas control what's in? Okay, so that's the thing about textbook. This comes up every once in a while. Texas controlling textbooks. Texas is a big market for textbooks, and a lot of times Texas will place an order for textbooks and help edit the textbooks to place an order for textbooks, and then those become the textbooks that get used in other states because we just, we bought 35 million textbooks or whatever. I mean, the size and scale of the state of Texas, you know, 17 million school kids, something like that. Something like between 10 and 17 million school children in the state of Texas. So you're talking probably 5 million books probably, there are not, you could go through the next 12 states and not get 5 million students. I mean, we're talking uh, uh, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, uh, Utah, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Kansas. I mean, you could go through a whole list of states, probably half the country, probably 30 to 60% of the country, 30 states out of 50, and not get 5 to 10 million school kids. It would take so many states. So it's not that Texas controls it's not that the government of Texas controls the school books. It's that there's so damn many people in Texas that, and I'm sure it's the same thing in California and Florida, where there's just so many people, but it's like, they just use different subjects or whatever, or they have competing textbooks, one or the other. But there's so few companies that make textbooks that it's not really competition either. So, but there's a lot of people, and if you're ordering five, that's a big order. 5 million textbooks. They're just like, let's double it, and we'll sell these books to these other states, and then they're done. That's it. Texas, Arizona, California in particular. Dropping the EPA is actually an interesting topic. Imagine if we did truly take government out of the topic of pollution. What that would then give any individual who breathes any pollution grounds to a lawsuit. It would. That is a very interesting notion. That is a very interesting. The challenge would be when you sue a company, proving that that company was the one that created the pollution that you breathed in. Unless you're going to sue all of the companies at the same time and face all of their lawyers at the same time and all of their resources at the same time. That's the challenge, and that's probably why companies got away with it for so long, because they were like, well, that's not our pollution. How can you prove that it was our pollution that gave you the lung chiggers or whatever it was that you got? Yeah, but that's an interesting, like a class action lawsuit against the oil companies uh, for oil extraction, pollution, and global warming. Like, you've got to prove that you're the aggrieved party. You've got a monetary damage that you're trying to prove. That's a challenge. That's not easy. It's a harder lawsuit to win than you might. It's easier to bring that lawsuit than it is to win that lawsuit. And that's probably how it is with most lawsuits. It's easier to bring the lawsuit than it is to win the lawsuit. But part of the idea back, a few years ago was that you make coal, the cost to clean up the emissions for coal would make it cost prohibitive to build a new coal power plant. And that eventually the coal industry would just go away. And that's kind of what's been happening over the last 10 years. Coal companies have just kind of gone out of business. They've gone bankrupt and they've gone out of business. But the biggest market for coal power plants is still over. Well, we use a lot of coal here in the United States, but I think natural gas is the larger. I think natural gas has exceeded the usage of natural gas has exceeded the usage of coal in the United States. I think, but I think the largest source, the largest market for coal is still overseas, and it's in developing countries like Indonesia and China's not a developing country, but China, India, Indonesia, places like that. I think that's where the largest markets for coal has been, but I am not very well versed in that. I don't know for sure. So, but it would be nice if, coal companies had to pay for their own pollution, charge them to clean up their own mess, but they offload, they socialize the cleanup and privatize the profits, as most companies do. That's that's how it works. That's what most companies have always done. In Dustin, Indiana has lax EPA laws. Chicago surfers sued Indiana companies for polluting Lake Michigan. What Illinois comes from regulation. Interesting. Less teacher shortages. Still comes down to no matter how many people you get, 99 versus the 1%. If I'm in the 1%, you still don't get to take my rights. No, that's 100%. You don't. The Constitution says that the government can't take your rights. But if you're going to choose to live within a society of people, the society of people can decide whether or not the exercise of those rights is appropriate. For example, you have free speech rights. The government is not going to tell you that you can't use the N word, but everyone around you will. That's not taking away your free speech rights. That's telling you that there are community standards. And if you're welcome to violate the community standards, but you're not welcome to participate in the community and violate those standards. You can be part of the 1% if you want to, but the 99% will tell you these are the community standards. You are welcome to live within them, or you are welcome to find another place that shares your standards. The government won't take away your rights, but the community is 100% within their rights to choose who they will associate with and who they want associating with them. Nobody is forced to hang out with anybody else. You can't make them like you. They can't make you like them. If they want to tell you, look, you're welcome to live here, but we don't want guns in this community. The community is well within their rights to say, this is a gun-free zone, get the fuck out. The community is well within their rights to say, these are the standards by which we are going to live. Everybody wears white linen clothes all the time. And if you don't do it, well, we're going to look at you funny. We're going to make you feel awkward. We're going to shame you a little bit. It's a shitty way to live. It's a shitty community to live in. I probably wouldn't live there. But, it's community standards. If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. They can do it. They cannot do it. There are certain lines that get drawn, like private golf clubs can still choose their members based on even on race, gender, ethnicity, religion. Private clubs can do that. Community standards can still come into effect. Look at what happened to Augusta. They would not let black people join Augusta. Tiger Woods goes and wins the Masters. Well, now Augusta has to decide if they're going to let black people into their stupid little club. I think they finally did. Can't remember. But, they caught a lot of shit for their shitty policies. And they should catch a lot of shit for their shitty policies. The Boy Scouts of America. They don't let gay people into the Boy Scouts, or they used to. I don't know if they still do. But no gays allowed. They still catch shit for that. Hell, for a long time, Boy Scouts of America was no girls allowed. But they just recently relented on that. Girl Scouts still say no boys allowed. Community standards. Oh, but I have a right to free association. I can hang out with whoever I want to. No, actually you can't. The government says you can hang out with whoever you want to. That's why there's no official terrorist organizations in the United States, because technically the United States can't say that you can't hang out with these people, because that would be a violation of your First Amendment constitutional rights. But other people can say you can't hang out with those people. I don't want you hanging out with that girl. Oh, honey, that's a violation of my constitutional rights. Well, you can take your fucking constitutional rights and sleep in your car. Okay. I understand your argument, honey, and I will not hang out with them anymore. I mean, that's kind of how it is. That's what community standards are. That's the literal definition of community standards, is establishing like a standard for the community. That's like in the name, community standards for the community. That's the name. And some communities are shitty. They are really, really shitty, and they unevenly apply those standards. And it's really annoying when they do that. And that's when you tell the communities to piss off and leave. Voter ID can be voter suppression. Sorry. It isn't necessarily, but it can be. One example in Alabama is that you're required to get an ID, and you're required to get the ID in person. I don't know if it's still like this. I could be wrong. But if you're required to get an ID, and you're required to get an ID in person, and the only place you can get ID in person is at the offices, and the offices are only open on certain days, and the offices, there's only certain one office per county, let's say, then it's not explicit suppression. It's not explicit suppression when you go up there and say, I want an ID, and they look at you, and they look at their list, or they look at their little list of colors on their, like, yeah, nope, yep, nope, you're too dark, you can't get one today. No, I mean, it's not like that. That would be pretty overt, right? It's setting up another step and another step and another step, increasingly complicated or increasingly harder steps. You've got to go to the office when it's open, or you can set up an appointment. And the appointment might be in a few weeks, might be in a few days. It's setting up another barrier, and even if it's a low barrier to cross, you're setting up another one and another one and another one. It's not necessarily overt suppression, but it's designed to suppress the number of people who are willing to take that many steps to do a thing. Another example, an analogous example, would be you want to get a newspaper. The newspaper vending machine is on the 17th floor of the building. Okay, I'll just take the elevator. I'm sorry, the elevator's under maintenance right now. You can come back in a few hours, maybe the elevator will work, or you can take the stairs. The stairs up 17 flights? Yep. Fuck it, I don't really need a newspaper. It's not saying you're not allowed to buy a newspaper. You're welcome to buy a newspaper. It's on the 17th floor, right up there. All you need is a quarter. Oh shit, I need a quarter too? I had the the Astros just won the World Series. In order to get a newspaper, I could have gone to a newspaper stand the day after they won. It was a Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. They won on a Friday night. I could have gone to the newspaper stand on Saturday. Newspaper stands being at the grocery store, the Walmart, the CVS, the Walgreens, the Exxon, or the Shell station. 3 of those were sold out. I didn't bother checking on the other 2. Or could have driven all the way across town to the Houston Chronicle building and bought a newspaper at the Houston Chronicle building. Well, driving all the way across town to the Houston Chronicle building meant I would have had to park and stand in line and wait and get up to the front and pay the money. Too many steps. Fuck it. Turns out I can order one for $30. I can order. There were 3 different covers. I can order them for $30. I might do that. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. That's not overt suppression. That's not looking at me and saying you're not the right kind of person to buy the newspaper. You're not the right kind of person to buy this newspaper. Sorry. There's going to be a poll tax. There's going to be a test. There's going to it's not it's just it's adding another level, adding another layer, another layer designed to frustrate and discourage the act of doing the thing unless you're just being stubborn or you persevere more than other people would. And a way to get around that is simple. You have online registration. You get your ID online. You open up more offices to make sure that there's more access to the offices. Because at that point, it's not the voting booth that's the access problem. It's the ID booth that's the access problem. Making sure you can get a government issued ID cheaply and conveniently. I mean, if a government issued ID is a requirement for voting, then that means the government issued ID should be free because otherwise it's a poll tax, which is unconstitutional. I mean, if you have to pay $15 or $20 or $5 or whatever for your identification card, then and you have to have the identification card to vote, then you literally are paying $5, $15, $20, whatever the price is, in order to be able to vote. That's real voter suppression. That's telling people, you've got to do this thing. You have to do a thing. And that's creating another obstacle, another step in the process, another thing. When, if you have your, if you have all your papers and all your documents together, you should be able to just go in and get a damn ID. But if you have to, drive an hour to the office and spend 3 hours waiting and then, come back the next day and it's just one more step after one more step after one more step intended to frustrate the process. And then you're still not registered to vote. You still got to go through another process to register to vote. Unless they have the motor voter laws where you can register to vote at the same time you get your driver's license. Not all states do motor voter laws. Texas, I think, does motor voter. When you register, when you get your license, you can register. But same day registration and voting, there's no reason not to do that. You have your ID, show up, register, vote, be done. But they don't do that. They don't do that in most places. They don't do that in most places, and in some places they require several weeks advance notice to make sure that you're registered. Like in Texas, you have to be a month ahead of time. So there you go. Believe it or not, the bourbon distilleries have to pay everyone in those counties effectively for their pollution, and it smells amazing. We're fired up and paid more attention to U.S. politics. Senate Bernie Sanders was running for president. Maybe. How do they run out of paper? They run out of paper because they are very poor. They were very poorly planned and very poorly managed. The ballot boxes in Texas, the way it works in the state of Texas, is you show up with your ID. We check you in. We compare your ID to your face. We look you up on the electronic voter roll. We register or we confirm you as your address and your individual, and we check you in. We hit the button. We boop the thing, and you get a set of 4 numbers. The 4 numbers is the access code for your machine. Now, the machine also requires paper to print your ballot selections on. So we give you the piece of paper. In this case, this election, there were 2 pieces of paper. So you get the pieces of paper, and you go to the machine and you put the paper in kind of like a fax machine. It's heat activated paper. So you put it in like a fax machine and you make all your selections boop, 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 up on the screen. And then when you're done, you hit done and it prints out all of your selections on the paper. So you can check your selections on the monitor and then you check your selections on the paper. And then you take the paper and you bring it back up to the front of the election room, the election center. It's usually a room in a library or civic center or church or something like that. And you bring the paper up to the ballot box and you put it in there and it slides through and it scans it. And you get a little indicator up on the screen, and that's how. In this case, you have the individual. You have 3 different checks. The people voting are checked off the list, and if you show up twice, it notes that you've already voted. Then the votes actually cast on that machine are tabulated on the machine where they're cast. And then once the votes are done, they're aggregated at the ballot box. So they check off who voted, then what ballots are cast at each one of the machines. And in our section, we had 12 machines. So each one of those machines has a tally. And if you add them all up, they will total the tally that is on the main box, because the main box aggregates all that stuff together. And when they count the actual votes, I believe they count the ballot box, the ballot box. I've never been around for when they actually count them. So they like take the actual ballot box and they plug the data from the ballot box into the master whatever switch. But we have a paper backup. So if it came down to a really close vote and they wanted to do a recount, they could go through the stacks of paper that have all the selections on them, which would be a pain in the ass, a complete and total pain in the ass, going through 4.5 million pieces of paper, or 8.5 million pieces of paper rather. But if the number of ballots, if the number of paid pieces of paper used, because they keep a track of that too, the number of pieces of paper used are different than the number of ballots cast, then they have to have a reconciliation report. If the number of ballots tabulated on each of the machine is different than the number of ballots cast in the scanner, then they have to have a reconciliation report and see where the variance is. There's a lot of steps in the process, and it could be streamlined, but this is the first year we use this particular system. And the way they run out of paper is the election presiding judges didn't get enough paper. And when they came down to the point where they were running out of paper, they didn't call for more paper soon enough. So they ran out of paper. It was just bad management, bad foresight. And that's how it happened. You know, interestingly enough, Top Shelf, the Constitution never actually explicitly states that you have a right to vote. It does mention the right to vote in a few places, but it doesn't explicitly say that citizens of the United States have a right to vote in national elections. It never says that. Or the right to vote is inherent to a citizen. It never actually mentions the right to vote. It mentions, or it never defines the right to vote. It mentions it in passing, I think, in the 14th Amendment. Can't remember where it is where it's mentioned in passing, but it kind of that's kind of what the establishment of the right to vote is, where it's mentioned for the first time in another amendment. It might be the 14th Amendment. What's allowed in your jurisdiction to prove you're the person who signed the affidavit to be allowed to vote? Usually it's just a driver's license. In the state of Texas, driver's license. There's a whole list of things. There's the military, the VA ID, the military ID, passport, driver's license, state ID, which is like a driver's license, but it doesn't give you the right to drive or the privilege of driving. There's the there's a voter, a permanent registration voter card that they have for people who are like government officials or in the witness protection program or uh, 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 peace officers or federal officers that doesn't have any address information on it. You just kind of read the name and you go, "Is this you?" They go, "Yes, it is." You go, "Okay." Um, Very hush hush, like judges and stuff like that. That way, their address isn't getting announced to everybody. Um, and there's a few more documents like that. Concealed carry license is accepted in the state of Texas, but not a student ID. Um, and on almost every election, I used to say every election, but this election it didn't happen. On almost every election, there's always one guy, one fucking dude who opens up his wallet, goes past his driver's license, goes past the military ID, goes to the concealed handgun license, pulls that out and hands it to us, and that motherfucker never scans. Because we have a little barcode on the back, and you put it on the barcode reader, and it's supposed to just pop right up. Driver's license do it every single time. Military IDs do it every single time. Concealed handgun licenses never, 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 never scan. And these people always, always, always go past the two that do scan to the one that doesn't scan just so they can show us their concealed fucking handgun license like anyone gives a shit that they've got a concealed fucking handgun license. Nobody cares. This is the state of Texas. Everybody has a fucking concealed handgun, whether it's licensed or not. We don't care. And you just made everybody's job more difficult. The people behind you are waiting in line because you wanted to show off your little penis ring. Nobody cares. Just fucking make things easy on everybody. Nobody gives a shit. It's so frustrating. Every fucking election it happens. Every election. Every election. Some dude, some pissant weekend warrior piece of crap opens up his wallet. He goes, "Nope, not the easy one, not the other easy one. Let's do the hard one." And as election workers, we are forced to try and scan it, try and scan it, try and scan it a third time, then flip it over and start to look up the information, all the while saying, "Do you maybe have another piece of ID I can use?" And then they go, "Oh yeah, yeah, well, oh yeah, I got this one." And then he pulls out his driver's license. Thank you, dickhead. And you take the other piece of information, and boom, it pops right up. It's like, dude, why? Why are you making things hard? Nobody, nobody cares. It's not the flex you think it is. It is not the flex you think it is. That's like saying you got a pickup truck in Texas. You know who has a pickup truck in Texas? Everybody. Everybody has a pickup truck in Texas. Oh, it's a four-wheel drive. Yeah, so's mine. So's his. So's his. So's his. It's lifted too. Yep. Him. You can't swing a dead cat in the state of Texas and not hit a lifted four-wheel drive. And guess what? It's also got camo on it. And guess what? It's also got a brush guard. Everybody has one. Everybody. It's not the flex you think it is. Nobody cares. Jesus. Anyway, what was the question? Uh, what's allowed in your... Yeah, that's it. State issued ID, including concealed handgun license. Abbott called for investigation elections after several polling places failed to open on time. Yep, yeah, that's part of the mess, and it's not. They were going to stay open an extra hour. They did stay open an extra hour, but then a state judge said they can't take the provisional ballots. But I don't think it affected the final outcome. It was just poorly run. It was they failed to open on time for technical reasons. They ran out of paper because of bad management. There's no that's why they ran out of paper. It was just bad management. And yeah, that's just how it goes. And I don't think it affected the election. I really don't think it affected the election. It was like 1 million votes, and half the people in Harris County didn't bother. So If the half people who didn't bother in Harris County had gotten off their ass to go fucking vote, we might have a different governor right now. But they didn't, and half the people in Harris County didn't vote, and it's not because they ran out of paper at a handful of them. That may have affected several thousand, but it did not affect 2 million votes. It just didn't happen. It didn't have an effect on the outcome of the election. I don't think it had an effect on the outcome, the grand scheme of the election. So yeah. Anywho, carry on. Where are we at? Am I close yet? Is it 11:30? Oh shit! I'm not. I'm catching up slowly. No. Clarence Harris won the election for 52nd House of Representatives. Require to get a state-approved ID card, whether or not it's federal or state ID. In the state of Texas, to get your driver's license, you need to show birth certificate or proof of. It's not proof of birth because this is proof of birth. I was born. You've got to show your social security card or birth certificate or both. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've gotten a new driver's license. It's been 7 years. I don't remember. No, it's been 2 years, but I don't remember. I know I needed to come back with like my either I can't remember if it was birth certificate, passport. I think I showed them my passport because in order to have the passport, you had to show birth certificate. But I honest to God, I can't remember. But I think birth certificate's involved because they have to confirm your identity and existence. We legally have to have an ID, but I don't think I've shown my ID to anybody in at least 2 weeks, probably a month. I can't remember. I'm sure I showed my ID to somebody at the last gig that I worked, but that would have been, yeah, it's probably been at least a month because that was the early part of, yeah, because I was registering for payroll, so I showed my ID, but I haven't had to show my ID to anybody other than voting. That's the only time I've had to pull my ID out. Yeah, yeah, I don't have to show my ID to anybody hardly ever. We do have the Real ID Act. Our IDs have a little star on them now for real IDs. To get a bank account, rent an apartment. Oh yeah, there are several good reasons to have IDs, but my my chat window froze. There it is. Chat window froze. Oh shit! I need to scroll back up to where I was. Where was I? Let's see here. Where are we? Vanessa Kitty, you're joking. What are you joking about? What did I miss? Paint already. CNC. Place. For at a hospital, manage to function without IDs. They just can't vote. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand this like place where you live where you have to show your ID all the time. Like, I hardly ever take it out of my wallet. Hey, John Jacobs, cheers. Welcome to the party. Is that all y'all talking about? Just ID for like the last hour? Where are we? 17 Madeira. Ben? Demon Hunter. That is a new name. Hey, cheers, Ben. Welcome to the party. I am way behind on chat. I was at, it was like 11:30 or something where I was. Well, it reset. I guess that's why it reset, because I got so far behind. Um, I'll catch up. You know what? Fucking, I'm just gonna skip forward. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna skip forward like an hour. That's how it's gonna be. Um, the PA Turnpike Commission lost another hospital in Atlanta. Our governor won't expand the Medicaid, and there's a Medicaid law about to expire. Which, okay, it is corrupt. Most things are corrupt. I mean, well, I guess it depends on how you define corrupt. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that uh, that feel corrupt. They suck. They're kind of self-serving, but it's like just a shitty system. And yeah, what you gonna do, right? I mean, you fix the system, but the participants in the system have a vested interest in maintaining the system. Um, so it's hard. It's really, really, really hard. Like, for example, I was listening to a podcast about the banana today. $1 billion industry, multi-billion-dollar industry. 3 companies control most of the multi-billion-dollar banana industry. And all the bananas are basically a clone of the same banana, the Cavendish banana, and they're all genetically identical. But there's a fungus that's killing all the Cavendish bananas. And there's two possible solutions to this. There's genetically modifying the Cavendish banana to be resistant to the fungus, or introducing a new strain which has the same genetic modifications as the Cavendish banana to be resistant to the fungus. And like the null hypothesis is that this fungus is going to kill all of the Cavendish bananas and wipe out the banana industry. But the alternative to that is that these 3 companies that make billions of dollars off of trading bananas, Chiquita, Dole, and Chiquita, and whatever the third company is, I can't remember. The alternative hypothesis is that these 3 companies with billions of dollars of interest in the banana trade will figure out the better of the 2 options of replacing the strains or genetically modifying the existing strain. So it's like, the participants in the system don't just sit back and wait for everything to go to shit. They have a vested. This is just like the oil companies with climate change, or the coal companies with uh, uh, environmental policy and pollution and shit. They have a vested interest in continuing to exist. They're not just going to throw their hands up and go, well, okay, well, let's just make coal illegal. Thanks, bye. It's not going to happen. They have a vested interest in maintaining their operation, and not just maintaining their operation, but maintaining their profit and their cash flow. So like, it seems like it might be corrupt, but it's just, protecting interests. Like Joe Manchin, like this would a presumption of corruption here. He has a company that manages. He owns a company, or owns an interest in a company that manages some coal company, has something to do with, like, sells coal to a power plant, or has a power plant to produce coal. Something, I don't know, some shit that he does with coal. So he has a very vested interest in making sure that environmental policy does not put an end to the coal industry, because that would put an end to his little money making scheme that he's got, his business, which, relies on the fact that they have a senator in the U.S. Senate that's going to make sure that there's no environmental laws that put them out of business. So, meanwhile, the rest of the world burns. Is that corrupt, or is it just economics? I mean, there's got to be a solution that protects his interest and ours at the same time, but also there might not be a solution that protects his interest and ours because his interest is vested in literally polluting the air we breathe. So I don't know how that works. I don't know. I don't know the solution to that problem. I don't know. Mr. Jiggs, don't know where you are, but here, less and less are volunteering and donating. Many people are fed up with the way things are, and they have been for years. Problem is, no one is proposing real solutions. See, myself, I get fed up, and oh, hey, Twisted Art Lady, welcome to the party. I chat skipped forward by an hour, so I lost a whole bunch of welcome to the party. Welcome everybody to the party. I'm glad to have y'all here. I really am. I'm enjoying the conversation. I may actually have to go get some ice in a minute and refresh my drink. Because I'm almost out of water. But I know me personally, I get frustrated when I'm being asked to donate to something that should be handled by a government agency. I get pissed off when I'm asked to give money to my kid's school. Because we don't ever get asked to give money to the football team, but we get asked to give money to the orchestra. And that pisses me off. We get asked to donate books to the library, but we don't get asked to donate, like pads or soccer balls or whatever for the athletics program. We get asked to pay extra fees for science labs and shit like that, but we don't get asked to pay extra fees for athletics. And that pisses me off because the important thing at that school is the biology lab, and the important thing at that school is the orchestra, and probably not more important but the important thing is the academics, the library and the fucking academics, not the orchestra and the football team that's sponsored by Memorial Healthcare System. Like, Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? Memorial Sports Medicine is sponsoring the football team that is literally creating sports medical problems for students in high school? Are you kidding me? Oh, our concussion protocols for high school students is the best in the country. We use leading experts. Like, why are we having concussion protocols for high school students? Bluebell, the best ice cream in the country. Bluebell, the best ice cream in the country. Whew, you can't be upset when you're thinking about Bluebell ice cream. Bluebell ice cream, made from the happiest cows in all the land, right here in Brenham, Texas. Come by and visit the creamery, Bluebell Ice Cream Creamery. We sell all we can, and we eat all the rest. All right. By the way, that is an actual ad for the Bluebell Ice Cream Creamery here in just outside of Houston, Texas. You can't be mad when you're thinking about Bluebell ice cream. And it was ironic that Bluebell ice cream was the best ice cream in the country because Bluebell ice cream was only sold in the state of Texas for many, 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 many years. And there was a period of time several years ago when the Bluebell Ice Creamery had to shut down because of a listeria contamination, if I'm not mistaken, and people lost their shit. Oh my God, you would have thought that they shut down a fucking polio vaccine factory. They were like, oh my God, and they made a rush to the stores. They bought all the ice cream they could possibly buy. Armloads of fucking Bluebell ice cream. Like, oh my God, people, this is ice cream not your insulin. And they laid off 420 workers. I think it was 420 workers. They laid off 420 workers for 4 months while they did a deep cleaning and cleaned everything and got recertified so that they could reopen back up. And when they reopened back up, they did not hire all those workers back. They made offers to some of them, but did not. I think they rehired 3/4 of them, if I recall. I may be incorrect about that. They may have hired more than 3/4. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, while they fucked all this up, they fired their workers. They laid off their workers and made their workers go on unemployment. Yep, that was the thing. Anyway, why us there, or what is contributing to teacher shortage across the country? Oh, that's easy. Shitty working conditions, bad pay, and disrespect all across the country. C&T nil, what I miss? Okay. Where is there it is. Okay, how far back am I now? I'm still an hour behind. Jesus Christ. I'll catch up. And again, sorry I'm so far behind. This has just been a really good conversation. Glass and pillar stuff for long range. Then find us on. Oh, that's me. Find us on Twitters. I need to update my Nightbot, I think. CT arms and cheers. Yep. We're brothers from another mother. I think we're getting close to the point we can wrap it up, as a matter of fact. But gonna make sure we get Department of Education, another federal department that needs to be here. Well, you see, that's just the thing. The Federal Department of Education. Oh God, I've got issues with the Department of Education. The Department of Education is fucked up. I don't know if it needs to be abolished, but it probably needs to be closed and something take its place. That's a whole nother topic. It's a whole nother discussion point. It has issues. It doesn't need. I don't think it needs to be closed. It does good work, but it also does a lot of bad work. I think it probably does more good than harm, but it does profound harm as well. So, yeah, there's definitely that. So, you see, Ben, I don't. I like discussions. I like to discuss things. It's been probably 30 years since, like, most people who say they're good at debating are really bad at debating. They don't know how to debate. They don't know how to make good arguments. They don't know how to state what it is that they believe. And they get into silly ad hominems and straw men and yeah, I like the idea of a discussion where you can just like talk about things and explore both sides and entertain the possibility, entertain the whats and whys, but you know, I don't remember what the example was I used with Mississippi. This was an hour ago. Sorry, sunflowers. uh, generally ranked low in it. Yeah, generally ranked low in most social services. Yeah. Nobody ever says fuck the fire department. You ever notice that? Oh goodness. Um, but see, one of the things that I find challenging when it comes to debates and even discussions and sharing ideas in a civil way is that people don't know what they believe. They don't know what they believe. They don't know what they really think, and they don't know how to express what it is that they believe. They've heard somebody else say it, and they're trying to repeat it, but they don't understand the why, and they never think about it. And if they do think about it, a lot of the times when they hear somebody else say it, they think about it and they're like, huh, that doesn't make a lot of sense. And then they look it up and then they have uh, a more nuanced approach, and they don't just sit back and go, oh, well, then the death penalty, blah, blah, blah. Like, actually, there may be some, like, it's not as simple as just, you committed murder, you need to be put to death, blah, 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 blah. There's more subtlety and nuance to it. And like, of course, there's no guilty people on death row. Nobody admits to their guilt. But sometimes there's actual innocent people on death row who were wrongfully convicted, and that happens in real life. And or you know the uh, the baseline libertarian notion that government shouldn't be involved in private enterprise. Well, then if you start thinking about it, you go, why not? Why shouldn't government be involved in private enterprise? Like the the existence of private enterprise, like exists because government got involved in the first place. Otherwise, we would all just have sole proprietorships, and you wouldn't have any corporations. You wouldn't have any public ownership of any corporation. You couldn't have a corporation because corporations are entities that exist separate from people and carry their own liability separate from my liability. So that now I can invest in a corporation and not be liable for their actions. Government gets involved with the very baseline core existence of private enterprise. Always has. Ever since the beginning of corporation, ever since the beginning of private enterprise. Patents, trademarks, copyrights, all of these things, licensing, contract law, all of these things. Government is involved at the very, 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 very baseline fundamental levels. And if you even think about it a little bit, you give it any kind of consideration, any kind of thought, your absolutist position very quickly becomes a very subtle and nuanced position. Like, yeah, well, they shouldn't be involved. They should be involved in the establishment, but not the operations, not the management. Okay, now we're talking. But should they be involved in the management? Maybe not the direct day-to-day management, but certainly on a regulatory level, because otherwise, corporations are just allowed to murder people. But there's got to be at least a baseline level where you say, look, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to just go in and literally fire your employees out of a cannon when they're doing bad work. There should be some behavior that you're allowed to do and not allowed to do as a company. Um, so, immediately, given any thought whatsoever, the notion of uh, absolute ideas quickly uh, 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 gets dispelled, and I think that's one of the biggest issues today about having a lively civil discourse and a lively discussion about topics is that people don't know what they believe. They don't know what they believe. They don't give it any critical thought. They don't really think about it. And then when their statement of what they think they believe gets challenged, they immediately fold and they get really hot and then they get They get combative and argumentative because now their worldview is being challenged. Not just what it is that they think, but their worldview is being challenged. And then they're no longer civil. They become something else entirely. And it's um, if you know what you believe fundamentally, you can talk about whatever it is that you believe. You're secure in your belief. You're confident in what you can talk about and confident in what you feel. When you're not confident in what you feel and you're not certain of what it is that you believe, and it's not rooted in reality and fact-based knowledge, then or at least thoughtful knowledge, then when you get challenged, you become very defensive because you don't want to be seen as an idiot. You don't want to look like an idiot because you just believe things for no reason. You want to believe things for a reason. I mean, most of us do. That's why religion has apologetics and uh, ideologies have talking points or whatever. But yeah, you should have a governing like a governing philosophy that moors what it is that you believe. You should be able to answer the question, then what, or at least then why. Uh, like if you're going to sit there and try and tell me that they faked the landing on the moon, you should at least be able to tell me why. If you're gonna tell me that the Earth is flat and there's this grand global conspiracy to convince us all that the world is flat, you should at least be able to tell me why. Why the fuck would they do that? What do they gain from that? What's the point? And then you should at least be able to tell me how, like literally every observation that we have of the world around us and how everything works around us does not conform to any kind of nonsensical, silly, flat earth theory. If you're going to try and tell me that Bigfoot is real, you've got to at least be able to, I think, talk reasonably about like why there's never been any evidence of any Bigfoot ever, anywhere, ever. Um, no poop, no bones, no fur, no nothing, And that's just baseline discussion stuff. And if you can't tell me that, then it's not a discussable topic. It's not a debatable topic. You're gonna tell me that the Mothman is real and bring nothing? Like, come on, man. That's not a discussable. That's not a discussion topic. That's not debatable. That's not discussable. That's not a thing. It's just like you're making up fairy tales, and then there's nothing to talk about. Anyway, but yeah, that I think is a problem that we face today, as much as anything when it comes to civil discourse and discussions and debates, is that just people don't give any thought to what they believe. They hear somebody else say it and then they repeat it, and then they don't give it any thought whatsoever. They hear somebody say it uh, that schools have cat litter boxes for kids who are furries and identify as kittens. And turns out that's not a thing. It never fucking happened. Uh, and it's entirely possible that these cat litter boxes are there for school shooter drills, which is even more horrifying than the idea of furries pissing in a cat litter box. Um, but it's also equally possible that it's just 100% fabrication and not nonsensical. Um, it's, you know, uh, when you see, I saw a video earlier today on TikTok where the dude was like, uh, Joe Biden gave millions of dollars to Peter Zelensky, who then laundered the money back through crypto exchange that came back to the Democrats to elect Democrats in the election. And like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, first of all, Joe Biden didn't give any money to Peter Zelensky because that's not how it worked. Like the federal government gave money to the Ukrainian government, and just because this guy is also in Ukraine doesn't mean that he's running a cryptocurrency exchange that's laundering. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And a quick Google search just makes all of that shit evaporate. It's gone. It doesn't. Bluebell ice cream. Handmade, homemade vanilla ice cream. We call it homemade vanilla right there on the package to remind you that this is the same way they made it in the old days when Grandma had her cream churner and ice bucket making homemade vanilla back on the farm. Bluebell ice cream. Ice cream the way it was always done, and the way it always will be done. Classic style. Anyway, all right. Where are we at? I mean, people believe in shit like giants lived in caves under the Grand Canyon. Are you kidding me? Giants in the Grand Canyon? No. That's not a thing. Aliens didn't build the fucking pyramids. It's not a mystery how this stuff was done. It was done with a lot of people and a lot of time. This isn't hard. This isn't complicated. It's not shocking. It's not surprising. You just haven't given it any thought. You just haven't given it any thought because you live an empty, vacuous life where you haven't tried to do anything hard ever. And you certainly haven't tried to do anything hard with other people. You just believe in nonsensical. Bluebell, Dutch chocolate ice cream. America's second favorite ice cream, behind our homemade vanilla. Our homemade vanilla is creamy, smooth, and it'll remind you of good, old-fashioned summer days, watching the fireflies and setting off fireworks on July 4th. Welcome to a simpler time. Welcome to the time of Bluebell homemade ice cream. Sit down and have yourself some memories of the good times and make some new ones of your own with Bluebell ice cream. Okay. That's a great way to end a rant. That is a great way. When I get sidetracked on some nonsensical conspiracy bullshit, I can just come back to Bluebell ice cream. The way Grandma used to make it. By going to the store and buying some Bluebell ice cream. Oh, good Lord. Americanism versus communism? Oh my God, that's not even fucking... Americanism versus communism. That'd be capitalism versus fucking communism. Not Americanism, Jesus Christ. 2 p.m. tomorrow, CNT design. Honest conversation. That's what's missing. Honest conversation. Because you got too goddamn many people that go into a fucking debate trying to convince you of the bullshit that they... Like when fucking Ted Cruz talks about literally anything. You know good and goddamn well, deep down in his soul, he does not believe a fucking thing that he says. He does not believe anything that he says coming out of his mouth. He's just literally repeating things that were put on paper and put in front of his face by his big money donors. He doesn't believe in shit. If his family came to California, he'd be a liberal senator right now. If his family came to New York, he'd be a liberal senator right now. But no, they came to Texas, and he's a Republican senator, conservative, and as the Republicans have gotten more conservative, he's gotten more conservative because that's the way the wind blows, and Ted Cruz believes whatever it is you tell him to believe because he does not have any convictions whatsoever in his soul. And he will sit there and disingenuously debate you, twist words, and act like what you said isn't what you meant. Like when he says, oh, so is voter suppression racist? So you believe Texas is racist then? Like, no, that's not what I said, you fucking twat-faced goat. Who fucking put those words in my mouth? You don't even believe that shit. You know I don't believe that shit. You're just trying to score some fucking points, so shut up and crimp. Honest conversation. That is the key to the fucking thing. Actually believing what it is you say and knowing what it is you believe and having the convictions of what it is that you believe and being able to speak like a normal person about it, to a normal person about it, and not trying to convince people of your nonsense. Because we all get caught up on our nonsense. You know, and what the meaning of is, and all that bullshittery. Because you don't want to look like an idiot, so you try and twist meanings of words, and you try and twist definitions, and da 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 da. Like, no. Like, it's not that, it doesn't have to be that complicated. It really doesn't have to be that complicated. Just a simple, have an honest, like, do you really believe that? No, not really. Okay, so let's get off that bullshit, and let's talk about something that's not bullshit. Let's come back to what you really believe. What is it that you really believe? Do you really believe that? You really believe that? You really believe that Bernie Sanders is accountable? You really believe that Joe Biden is going to try and send shock troops to everybody's house to take their guns? Do you really believe that? Are you that fucking stupid? Do you really think that's what's going to happen? Do you really think that if Democrats take control of Congress, they're going to pass an amendment to the Constitution to repeal the Second Amendment? Do you really believe that's what's going to happen? I mean, come on, really? Let's not be nonsensical. All right, let's be honest and have honest conversations. If we have honest conversations, then we go a long ways to understanding what's really going on in the world and not getting caught up on bullshit. Anyway, what else do we got? How am I still? I'm fucking an hour behind again. All right, let's catch up. Ron and Misty are great people for sure. I want to meet them one day. I don't know who Ron and Misty are. Pro-life till birth. That's so fucking true, and it's so infuriating. They're pro-life until birth, and then they skip 18 years. And then if you enlist, they're pro-life, but only until you get discharged, and then fuck you again. That's when they give a shit. Up to birth, then after enlistment, but only until you leave. And then even during enlistment, even then it's a little bit They don't really give a shit if you live. They just really get upset if you die, because then they got to explain it. But they don't really care if it's just one or two, because they can one or two is fine, but 10 at the same time, oh my god, they got to explain 10. They don't give a shit if it's 25 school children, but holy shit, 10 soldiers who die in a fucking war zone that they created. Oh my god, 10 of them. Oh. It sucks either way. Like, 25 kids and the 10 soldiers still sucks. Both of them suck, and they should probably do something to prevent both of them, because it's not an either or. Because we can do both. We're grown-ups, right? We can walk and chew gum at the same time. There's no reason to say, well, we can't do anything about the soldiers because the kids are dying. Can't do anything about the kids because the soldiers are dying. That's a stupid false dichotomy. We don't have to do that. We can say, look, they both suck. Maybe we should quit creating war zones both in our schools and overseas. Maybe we should not do that. Maybe, especially overseas, if we're not willing to pay for the consequences of what we're creating when we bring them home, if we're not willing to give them the medical care that they need for the rest of their fucking life, maybe we shouldn't do that in the first place. Maybe we shouldn't do that to our kids either, because when they grow up, when they turn 18 and they've lived their entire life doing active shooter drills, and they go buy a gun and they know how to defeat the active shooter drills, They're going to kill 19 kids in Uvalde, and we're not going to do a fucking thing about it. We're just going to send thoughts and prayers and complain about the doors, and then maybe something, hope that it never happens again. But, God fucking knows it's going to happen again in about 4 months. Maybe 1, maybe 2, but definitely again. It's going to happen soon. Oh, goodness. But you see, to address that, you actually have to have honest conversations. You actually have to be willing to speak about it in reality and not just say bullshit shit stuff like, oh, well, they're going to cut babies in half and rip them out through a straw. Like, no, they're not. Nobody's fucking doing that. Nobody's doing this unless it's a ridiculously extreme situation, but nobody's doing that. That's not a thing. That's not a thing that's happening. You got to be able to have honest conversations about this shit. But honest conversations are remarkably rare, and it's frustrating as hell, especially when you like talking to people, because you get to a point where you just don't want to talk to people because you're like having a normal, nice conversation, and then they whip out something weird like, yeah, and Google doesn't want you to know that, so they're going to hide that search result. Like, what? We're talking about cars. What the hell's that have to do with Google and search results? Well, that's why I go to the Russian websites. So you trust a Russian, what? A Russian search engine over Google? Why? Again, what does this have to do with the cars that we were talking? What? Now we have to have this whole other conversation about whatever dumb crap you're on. Why? Ugh, people. Which this is why when I go to bars, I drink my whiskey and I just mind my own fucking business. Unless it's my bar, because I'm there. It's my bar. I can mind everyone's business. It's great. It's 2:30. I need to get to bed. All right, let's catch this up and get to bed. National School Lunch Program. I'll just let y'all have a conversation here in chat for a while. I've got to meet you on the perps one day. Some nights it's just me and Humble debate. And see, what's really funny about this dynamic tonight, like all y'all, what do we got? We got 10 people in chat. Y'all are talking amongst yourselves. I'm grabbing a comment and I'm going on a 15-minute rant and I'm an hour and a half behind on chat again. And I'm trying to catch up and I find another comment and I go on a 15-minute rant. And y'all, meanwhile, y'all are just having conversations among yourselves. Oh, it's hilarious. What is this? Oh, it's a Dropbox icon. Okay, anyway. Need a professional to bed and pillar my $900 stock before I screw. What? Bed and pillar. Okay, gotcha. I was reading it wrong. Bending ballistics. Shoots long distance. He's ooh. I like long distance. I like sniping. It's fun. Long distance. Yeah. Anyway. Our county schools for food students who are. Our county schools continue to provide food to students. Our schools continue to provide food to students who are homeschooling too. You had to go to the school to get it though, and they would just bring it out to your car. So the cafeteria still had the food because the cafeterias had a contract with Aramark, I think it is, to so the food is basically pre-prepared. So you could just come up to the school and they just bring it out to your car and you say thank you and you go home. So they were still providing plenty of food. And Ben, I really do appreciate you popping into the show tonight. So thank you for joining us. By the way, and yes, I am a Texan, but I'm not like most Texans. I don't think I'm like about half of the Texans. Yeah, we're practical sorts for the most part, I think. And trust me, I'm a lot more conservative than I'm given credit for being. If everything runs off electricity, how large must our electric grid system be? The grid needs to be large enough to reach every house and building and business, pretty much how large the grid is now. The only difference is uh, if everything runs, well, most things run off of electric now, Vanessa. Most things run on electricity. So the grid reaches most things already. Um, the biggest thing that is not part of the electric grid is the cars. Like all of our factories run on electricity. The factory generators and all that stuff, all that shit runs on electric, unless it's like a coal powered plant or something like that with fire is what I'm trying to say, like steel fire plant or the aluminum plants up in the Northwest. They all run on electricity. Their smelters are all electric smelters. Um, I mean, unless they're actually making fire and burning things like the refineries, that those have natural gas, I guess, that run the refineries. But uh, I mean, the grid. I mean, we need to continue to build out power generation and distribution, but a lot of that can be handled on roofs of houses. To be quite honest, with solar panels. But the electric grid, it's already as big as it needs to be to power things for electricity. It's because it already reaches everything. Because everything has electricity right now. But yeah, it's the power distribution and generation and storage. That's the other thing. There needs to be more batteries to be able to store the power that gets generated when we don't use it and used when we don't generate it. So, but even then, um, we can have like a baseline power generation that just continuously feeds the grid, and that can be something like nuclear. It doesn't have to be uh, uh, gas fired or coal fired or anything like that. At night, 5 o'clock in the evening when the sun starts to go down, you fire up the nuclear power and put a charge into the system, and there you go. And you could, instead of having 6 nuclear plants in a state, you can have like one. It'd be remarkable. It'd be beautiful, a gorgeous thing. Because we'd be using a lot less, or we'd be using the same amount of electricity, but having to generate a lot less because most of the electricity would already be generated and used, or generated and stored. Anyway, um, I think you can. It just takes a long time to get. Still a bullshit argument. No, I'm not conflating them at all because you live if you the 99 and the 1 this why if you're referring to the 99 and the 1, you living in a society, living within a society, you agree to limit your you don't have unlimited rights. You agree to limit your rights. You agree to cede some of your personal rights to the operation of the entire you don't you agree not to print your own money. That's a freedom of expression. You're not going to print your own money. The federal government's going to print the money, and you're going to use the federal government's money because you live in this society, and that's how this society works. The government takes away your right to print money. You don't have a right to print money anymore. You don't have a right to raise your own army. You don't have a right to engage in uh, foreign negotiations. There's a bunch of things that you don't have a right to do as a private citizen in the United States. You have ceded those rights. You've never lived with those rights. You've ceded them. You've handed them over. There's there's plenty of things that you have agreed to not do simply by being born in the United States. And you don't have to like that, but reality doesn't give a shit what you like or not like. You don't have to believe me. But again, you believing me does not change the fact that you are not legally allowed to print money. And we all agree that. We all agree with that you're not legally allowed to print money. So you don't have to like it. You can call it a bullshit argument all you want, but it's true. So there you go. Deal with it, I guess. Getting high on my own supply. I haven't had a drink in like 4 hours. This is a bullshit argument. Tiger Woods is Asian. He fuck you, Dustin. And I mean that with all the love. Black in America has nothing to do, that's like saying Obama is only half black. So don't call him black. He's, you don't look at him and go, oh, he's half black. No, you look at him and go, oh, that's a black guy. It's just like Tiger Woods. You look at Tiger Woods, you don't go, oh, he's Asian. No, you look at Tiger Woods and go, oh, he's a black guy. So, yeah, sorry. Nice try, though. Okay, at 1:30, Mike McClune said that's bullshit, but I don't know what I said at 1:30 that was bullshit. In Alabama, you have to have a driver's license or they'll give you a state ID for free. Okay, so there is a free option for an ID in Alabama. That's good. I didn't know that. If there's not a free ID option, then it is 100% suppression. But if there is an option for a free ID, I think they have an option for a free ID here in Texas as well. But you have to there's like a requirement that you have to show. You have to show there's some requirement you have to show to qualify for the free ID. It's not just like check the box and you get the free ID. They don't send it to you on request. You have to qualify for it. So again, you don't have to like the idea that using IDs to create obstacles to voting is a bullshit argument. You don't have to like that idea that it is, but it is. You can call it a bullshit argument all you want, but it's still true. You don't have to like the idea that creating obstacles and creating roadblocks and creating additional steps to go vote is suppressive, but it is. It is absolutely suppressive. If you have to go to 2, 3, 4 places to cast your vote, it's a suppressive tactic to do it. You don't have to like it, but it's quite true. Non-driver, there we go. What's this say? Alabama, $36.25 to purchase non-driver ID card. Credit cards accepted. Oh. Car insurance is mandatory, but company makes your monthly bill too high. What do you do? Oh. Well, you don't get pulled over is what you do. And see, this is where you get into the dishonest discussion, because this is fucking dishonest and stupid. That's not even worth discussing, or not even worth discussing, or even addressing. It's dishonesty and not an honest discussion. So if you want to continue an honest discussion, we can have an honest discussion, but that would not be part of an honest discussion, because you don't actually believe that. Do you actually believe that? Do you really think that? Do you really think that? I don't think you do. So it's not worth discussing. So there you go. Know why someone keeps cleaning their throat? I don't know. If you can get a state ID for free, that's good to know. I don't live in Alabama, so I don't know what they offer for free. But I do know I do know some of the things of how they manipulate the offices and do what they do. But let's keep rolling. Driver's license, da 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 da. Ben heading out. Turning in. Good night, Ben. It was a pleasure. Glad to have you around. How close am I to getting caught up? 141? Shit, I'm an hour behind. Ass. You need an ID for food stamps, Medicaid, medicine, and other government bullshit. Okay. If you say so. When I was on unemployment, I didn't need to show my ID to get paid. It was a direct deposit into my account. So there was that. Need ID from it. You need to show your ID at the front desk to get checked in. No, actually, no. Last time I went to the doctor, I did not show my ID. I signed my name. I signed, I'm here. That's it. I signed my name. They already had my stuff on file, I guess, because I had they had my medical whatever insurance card. I don't, but did I give my ID too? I don't remember if I gave him the ID, but I know I gave him my insurance card. Uh, can't remember. I very rarely take my ID out of my wallet. Very, very rarely. Oops. You're not asking. But I do know last time I went to a hospital to visit a friend of mine, I did not have to show my ID when I got there. I just wrote my name on a piece of paper on a name tag and put it on my chest. That was it. That was my identification. I think most places you're required to show ID if a police officer requests it in the course of an investigation. They can't just randomly ask you to show your ID, I don't think, but in the course of an investigation. But pretty much that's a very wide definition of need because they can be investigating something when they stop you. They're like, yeah, I'm in the middle of investigation. You see your ID, but pee break. Am I ever going to catch up? Am I ever going to catch up? Am I ever going to catch up? Voting card you get when you're registered. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. How do you find out if it was an undocumented worker? Oh, great. Let's go. Let's scroll up a little bit and see what we're talking about. The credit, someone else has stolen my shit. Been there, played that game. Voting card you get when you're registered. Da, 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 da. Where are we talking about? Yeah, keep going. They all pay sales taxes, Mike, but I really see comment on the tax IDs. Oh, goodness gracious, kids. Oh, damn it, your stream tag was clickbait. What? Your stream tag was clickbait because there was no red. Uh, well, that was kind of the point. We were discussing the red wave that never happened. And it was remarkable that it didn't happen, and there was several reasons why it didn't happen. Like I mean, you knew it didn't happen. You watched the news. You were around. But there was a bunch of reasons why it didn't happen, and this was what was remarkable about this election was that it didn't happen, and why it didn't happen. Because what happened instead was, for the first time in 60 years almost, we've had a generational change at the ballots at the polls. We've got Gen X and Y and part of Gen Z finally, for the first time, counterbalancing the boomers, which this is a remarkable time. We are living in remarkable times. For the most part, X was a partner in a mortgage credit reporting agency. The fishing license must be renewed. Okay, we're about to get an update real quick. It's about to tell me that this isn't responding, and then it's going to lurch forward by, Jesus, almost an hour. Fuck me. I think I just caught up. I'm going to go back to, let's see, where were we? But what makes the electricity unicorn? Unicorn farts are not electric. Unicorn farts are not electric. They are, um, they are not electric. Yes, CNT, I have seen what abortions look like. I have. They look like the 99.5% of them look like little clumps of tissue, varying in size from about that big to about that big. I don't look at, I mean, if you've seen pictures of actual abortions and not pictures of abortions from insane right-wing media sources, you would know what I'm talking about. But again, go back to that point that was made before about honest discussion. So there you go, bud. I'm gonna just miss all this stuff. Sorry, it's almost 3 o'clock. I've got to get to bed. See that I don't agree with this at all, Mike. Religion and politics at a bar. I mean, I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to talk at a. Fuck it. There's no taboos. If you, there's no way that you're going to be able to uh, find out if a person is an honest an honest individual if you don't talk about this shit. There's no such thing as fucking taboos. We should not be afraid. We should not be afraid to discuss things amongst civil human beings. We should be willing to challenge what it is that we believe and challenge what it is that they believe, because uh, we should all be able to. I mean, how the hell else are you going to understand different points of view if you don't talk about this shit? That's nonsense. Fucking talk this shit. I mean, maybe gauge how drunk that person is and how belligerent that person's going to be before you engage them. But definitely enjoy the discussion, enjoy the good times. Um, what makes the electricity? I love that. What makes the electricity? Unicorn farts. Unicorn farts are not electrical. They're non-electrical. Capacitors, just yeah. I mean, something. The storage is the biggest problem when it comes to renewable power. It really is. That and generation of baseline power. I mean, there's a whole bunch of shit that, but storage is the big problem because uh, when you generate more than you need, you've got to be able to store it. Otherwise, you lose it. Because the sun shines all the time, but it doesn't shine all the where, and that's the problem. That's a problem. Do your research. There's no such thing. Oh yeah, there's always trade-offs with anything. There's always trade-offs. There's always all and when people say green energy, what they really mean is greener energy. Um, because you've got to once you build the infrastructure, there's a lot of savings as far as carbon emissions and all that stuff. But building the infrastructure is a challenge because it's all extractive. You got to pull ores out of the ground. You got to pull metals out of the ground. You got to pull all this shit out of the ground. It's all extractive. It just doesn't. You can't just take hydrogen atoms out of the air and make things. That's not how shit works. Um, it really isn't. But yeah, there's all trade offs, and the fewer well, the fewer costly trade offs you can make, the better off everybody will be. Um, Solar panels have an hour life rating. Yeah. As a Republican, I don't know about the counties. Georgetown has become only second city in the United States to be run entirely from renewable resources. Yeah, Georgetown is actually a very delightful little place to. It's over there near Austin, in Central Texas. It's a cute little town. There's a Specs there that has my whiskey, and it is delicious. Um, oops, what just happened? Where did it go? There it is. All right. I will catch up. I'm working on it. I'm almost there. Decommissioned wind turbine blades are often thrown away in landfills. I don't have any idea what they do with them. I really don't. Says they also started a company, fiber cycle materials. Need proper info first. I fully agree. Proper info that is not just nonsense and bullshit. I wouldn't mind doing a show together. Make sure I've got my tech up to snuff, or I can borrow your tech. I can come on your show. We can do a show. I'd be happy to do a show together. I'd come on. I'd come on your channel. We can do a show together. That'd be great. We could do that. Because I am not confident that I can do. I could do it over Zoom. I could probably do a Google Meet. But I did. I skipped to catch up, but well, it jumped forward by an hour, and instead of going all the way back an hour and going forward, I just skipped forward. I'm sure I skipped a lot of good conversation, but it's 2:59, and I have to wake up in the morning. Um, See, this is where we were. There was no red wave. Exactly, there was no red wave, and it was demographics. It was all demographics that led to no red wave. And this is West Virginia's coal country. So yeah, that was when I was talking about what's his face? Mansion. With his whatever um his little coal grift that he has, where he makes money off of the coal industry. Like twice or somehow. Um on your channel, we do StreamYard on your channel. Like I've tried doing StreamYard on my end, and like my computer does. It may be, I don't know. I've had technical difficulties um, with StreamYard, and it frustrates me and makes me mad, and I don't like to do that. So I don't like being frustrated and mad with StreamYard. They pissed me off. But anyway, I'm wrapping it. We're done. It's time to wrap this up, guys. This has been a fun one. I am really glad that we came back to do lives. We'll be back tomorrow night. Tonight now. We'll be back tonight doing trivia with Lisa. She will be here joining me. I've got a tasting at 9 o'clock, or I've got a tasting until 8 o'clock. The show starts at 9 o'clock. We'll be doing trivia. So if you want to get in on the trivia, get on in. I'll probably next month bring back the Wheel of Doom and Glory. And we are very close to our 100th episode. So, woo, goodness. Big bunch of stuff going on. Bunch of stuff going on. Republicans did win a House majority, 218. They may have up to 220. We don't know how many. It's not done yet. But that means it's the end of the January 6th commission, which means we probably ought to do a show. I probably ought to do a show that recaps what we know about the January 6th commission. And Sunflowers, that is a great question, but it is too late for me to answer that question. What do I think the House Republicans do for their that's a question for another night. That is not a question for tonight. That is a question for another night. It is. I'm sure we're going to have 1,000 hearings on Hunter Biden's fucking computer, and it's going to be ridiculous, and we're going to laugh, and it's going to be just funny as fuck. But in the meantime, I'm going to go to bed. I've got some work that I need to do in about 3 hours, and I will do that in about 3 hours when I wake up. I need to start calling around to work on the logistics for the intercontinental interspecies or cross species intercontinental championship belt. It's been fun. It really has. It's been a fun show, and I appreciate you guys coming out. Thank you to all the new faces and the new names that we've seen, all up and down the thing. Thank you for the great conversation and thoughtful commentary and the thoughtful insights. I really, really, really do appreciate. Good conversation is what keeps this thing driving, keep this thing going forward, and what keeps us all together as a civilization. When we stop talking. We start having problems, and we don't. We got enough problems, right? So I'm going to pour myself my last drink. Do I have any? Do I have a bottle? Okay, this will work. I'm going to pour myself one more drink, and I'm going to go to bed. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, think with your whole brain, love with your whole heart, be awesome to each other, because life is too short for bad whiskey and grudges, and it's too long to do nothing about either. Cheers to all of you fine folks, and good night. Is this the one? Good night.